Good evening, fuckers. The three of us are back. Yes, the three of us. And at long last, we are doing the top 10 progressive songs of all time. Except there's probably a little bit of a debate as to what actually contributes towards making a song progressive. And I have a feeling all three of us have chosen at least a couple of songs that the others are going to be sitting there thinking, how the fuck is that progressive? So, well, for opening you two first, with the most difficult question, which is, of course, right, what is it that makes a song progressive?
After you, Jim.
Right, thanks to Peria. Okay, I like experimental with different genres inside the song, different non-standard rock instruments. That's my start.
Well, experimental, absolutely. I go along with. I would also throw in technical ability. You have got to play well if you're going to play progressive. Regardless of what actual music genre it is. If you're playing progressive, you need to know your stuff.
Yeah, I would also throw in storytelling and concept albums within that sphere of really good musicianship and all the experimentation. If you can tell a wide-reaching story as a concept album, I think that constitutes towards progressive as well.
It certainly contributes towards it. I don't know about it being an essential part because I can think of a lot of like really great concept albums that I wouldn't describe progressive, and likewise, I know plenty of great like prog rock albums in particular. I wouldn't have described them as concept albums. I've got a couple of examples of both on my list.
Well, I wouldn't say it was essential. I just meant it's another facet that can help. There are some good prog concept albums.
Oh yeah, there are some fucking great ones. I suspect a fair few of them will be getting mentions tonight. So what we've done then, we've all gone our separate ways and drawn up our top 10 progressive songs. It can be from any music genre you like, as long as it has, the progressive content. I mean, if you ask me, the very epitome of progressive music is jazz. I haven't picked any jazz because I'm really not a jazz fan. But when you think about it, like the experimental stuff, the technical ability, I mean, that's jazz to a fucking T. But I'm not a fan of the music style, so I've not got anything in there, and I have a funny feeling neither do either of you.
Well, I'm gutted now that I didn't pick Scoobop de Doodop by whoever it was. No, I'm not a jazz fan either, but if in small bursts, if there's jazz on, I won't rush to turn it off because sometimes it's interesting to listen and think why, and then you can get pulled in. I'll tell you, talking of progressive folk is another one. When we was driving home last night in the car, we decided to put the radio on to listen for like obvious weather reports with things that are going on today. And it was a local radio station we got down here, and they had like a folk half hour on or something. And I can't remember the woman's name, but there's this woman. She's formed a band and she's been doing stuff for years. She's only a couple of years older than us, and she plays the Northumbrian pipes. And I thought, oh, that's going to sound like bagpipes. I'll tell you what, they put this song on. It had folk violins. It had these Northumbrian pipes that sounded like a Commodore 64. And it had like a really fucking strong dance drum beat to it. And all that together sounds, what the fuck is that? But you put it together, it sounded really good. And it was progressive because you could hear how progressive it was by... It sounded pure experimental, but it still had the rock, the beat, and everything. It was just like a massive mixing pot. So it's really hard to define what is and what ain't.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it. Every music genre has, progressive songs in there. Even like really contemporary stuff, pop music, for lack of a better word. There's still progressive stuff there. Talk Talk, a pop band that I'm a big fan of. They released or 3 progressive albums, easily. So yeah, it can cover pretty much any music genre you care to mention, apart from maybe opera, but but
Progressive opera.
yeah. No surprise. Everything in my list, it's all progressive rock and progressive metal. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that applies to you two as well.
Pretty
It
much,
certainly
yeah.
applies to me.
Yeah. Yeah, no surprise there. So the format then is going to be exactly the same as our last top 10 video, the Metallica one. So we will sort of give a cryptic introduction. Then we'll play the extract, which we've decided it's 3-minute extract, isn't it? We're going to be playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Then, just in case there is anyone out there who is not familiar with the song that is played, we'll give the band, the title, possibly the album it came from, and then we'll begin the discussions as to what the fucking hell are you doing calling this progressive? Which I suspect will crop up several times. And also, we will each get the chance to play one song in its entirety. The only constraint being, keep it within 6.5 minutes. So, well, I've picked mine. I'm pretty sure you two have already got yours set. So, yeah, we'll let you know when we get to it. Yes, this is the song that we've chosen to play in full. I think that is all of the basics set, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I would actually volunteer to go first today instead of you picking on someone if you want as well.
You know what, I'll be kind, because I was going to say I'll break with tradition and I'll go first, but actually, no, you're right. Okay, we'll have you starting us off then with your number 10 as I bring up the
the
necessary screen.
That'll be my one. I'm trying to think of a cryptic intro for this one. I can't think of one really, other than the guy that sings on this is probably one of the finest singers that no one's ever heard of. I suppose that was more metal than prog, but to me that's prog metal. And oh, what a fucking singer Jeff Tate is. For those that don't know, that was Queensryche with Eyes of a Stranger from 1988's Operation Mindcrime.
Yeah, I gotta admit, yeah, we've reached that point already. I never considered Queensryche to be progressive. I'm curious as to what is it about that makes you think it is?
Right. Well, the entire album is a concept album. Straight off, it's a story. I actually got it up because trying to remember it all would be a pain in the arse. Its story follows a drug addict who becomes disillusioned with the corrupt society of his time and reluctantly becomes involved with a revolutionary group. And it's the progressive story of that. And really, just playing that one song, that's my favourite song on the album. But
yeah, I say that's my favourite Queensryche song. Yeah,
the whole album chops and changes through different musical styles. You'll get an acoustic track, something that's got heavy orchestration, synths, lots of sound effects, and I've always considered it a prog metal album ever since it came out. Another famous singer who will probably get mentioned more than once tonight once said when this come out, "Oh fuck, there goes the neighbourhood," and that was someone else that had made a prog record album around the same sort of time. So to me, it's prog. It's just always something that me and my mates we've always referred to it as prog metal.
Does it help if you listen to the entire album? Because I mean, with Queensryche, that song is one of very few of theirs that I really know. I do like the song, but I don't consider the song to be progressive. So is it that the progressive aspect is the entire album rather than just this individual song?
Yeah. I mean, it's I think if I'd have said to you, well, look, I'm only going to pick one tonight, but it's 45 minutes long, you'd have told me to sling me up. So I just went with the best. I went with what I consider to be Queensryche's best song as well. So, but yeah, to me, Queensryche specifically when they had Jeff Tate singing for them, a lot of their albums are progressive because there's I don't think there is a drawing board Queensryche song. All of their songs are so fucking different, and the thing that brings it together is superb guitar work and Jeff Tate's soaring vocals. He's only a very, very slight notch below Michael Kiske and Bruce Dickinson for me as far as singers go. In fact, when Bruce Dickinson left Maiden and Michael Kiske was never going to join, I was always thought to myself, cool, I hope they asked Jeff Tate.
But it wouldn't have been a bad choice. No,
it wouldn't have been a bad choice. But yeah, to me, that's a progressive metal sound because it's not just not a continual sort of crunching riff. It's you've got the intro, which is also the bridge to the chorus. Then you've got a soft sung part. Then you've got the actual bridge and the chorus itself. And then you've got the soft sung part again, but sung more in a traditional metal style with a guitar riff behind it, but it's still the same bit from earlier on. Yeah, it just is to me. I'm gonna be saying this a lot tonight because a lot of my stuff doesn't fall under the atypical prog rock. Let's do a bong and take drugs banner.
Yeah. Jim, can we ask you to unmute yourself and we can get your opinion on this one?
I mean, yeah, I've never been really into Queensryche at all, so that's the first time I've heard that one, or heard half of it. And yeah, it's while I, like you, wouldn't consider it overly progressive, it sounds like a fucking good song. It really does. And it's one I'd like to hear, all the way through. Probably, as Chris said, the whole album all the way through.
Yeah, the one thing that I don't like about the song, and it is only the one thing, I don't like the snare sound. It's a very 80s, late 80s, very artificial, sort of like pop sound almost.
Well, the album was recorded in 1988. I mean, it's difficult
Yeah.
not to sound late 80s.
Well, exactly. So it's typical of the time, but it's showing one of the traits of the time that I wished it didn't. But that's the only thing that I don't really like about the song. The rest of it, especially the singing, absolutely. Yeah, I do like it. Queensryche are not really my cup of tea, but yeah, they did have a few exceptions. It absolutely is one of them. It's a great song. Not sure I see the progressive side, but I haven't heard the entire album, so...
Well, then you must, sir. You must. That's one to put on your list. If you listen to the whole album and you follow along with the story and that, and you hear all the different types of song and all the various time changes that go on throughout the album. I mean, it's I don't want to compare it to any other albums by name at the moment in case they appear later on this evening, but there's a few albums I could liken it to, and if one of them pops up, I'll point it out and tell you why.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, not a bad start at all. There we go. Queensryche. It's the Panther number 10. Right then, Jim, over to you.
Okay, right. Well, my number 10. This album was very poorly received by fans of the band because it was a complete change of direction and one that they never went to again. However, a few songs, and I say a few on the album, actually I thought were quite good. This being one of them. You'll recognise the singer. He sounds very similar to Jeff Tate, who we've just heard. And this was recorded 5 years later than that, in 1993. And probably no one's heard it because it was on the second part of the album, and most people would have thrown it in the bin before they got to it.
You're selling this one to us, yeah.
No, but I persevered, and I this was one of the tracks that I really liked off it.
All right, let's hear it.
Give me
Not too bad at all. I like that.
Yeah, the thing about that is you're only just chipping away a bit with the first 3 minutes. There's complete change of tempo after the second verse of chorus with this long bridge, the kids choir in it, the synth, some French horns, or English horns actually, I think they were, before it goes back round again. And it's that is definitely a listen to the whole song through when you get the chance to fully appreciate it.
So for the benefit of those watching, and for me, what was that?
Yeah, okay, right. So that was Halloween.
Yeah, I figured that would be
The album was Chameleon, and the song was called I Believe, and it was written by Kisk.
That was the first time I'd ever heard that. I'd heard from quite a few people that Chameleon wasn't that great, so I didn't bother with it. That weren't bad at all, actually. It sounds like I may have missed something by not bothering with that album.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of duds on that, but there's a few little gems on that album.
This being one. I mean, I have to say the 3 minutes that I heard there, so that's the first time I heard it. It didn't sound particularly progressive, but as you were saying, that's still to come in this song. We didn't get it here. Is this one? I know I'm going to regret saying this, but right. Is this one where an extract of the song from later on might be a better part to hear, or would you just say no?
Yeah, it would have been.
Great. Cheers for that, yeah.
I mean, we discussed that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, didn't we just? Yeah.
But,
okay. What I'll do then, when it comes to putting the video together, if you suggest a better part to hear to give us a bit more of an idea of the progressive content, then I'll start the clip from there, we'll see how that goes. I know I'm going to regret offering that, but it's too late now. Yeah, I see that fucking shitty grin there on your face. Yeah.
What can I do now?
But with regards to the song, obviously when it comes to the slower paced stuff by Halloween, I'm always going to compare it to We Got the Right, which I think is probably the best song they ever did. It doesn't compare to that, but I've only heard the first 3 minutes of it, so that could change.
Well, I've heard that once, a long time ago, probably when it first come out, and I was still reeling from Pink Bubbles when I was listening to that. So, I mean, I am guilty of not giving it a chance. I never threw it in the bin. I think it was either my brother's girlfriend or now his wife, or my brother himself that bought it because they were quite into Halloween. And I was like, nah, you're all right. I have heard that before. I've heard Chameleon all the way through. I've heard all of Halloween's albums at least once, and Master of the Rings and Chameleon are two that I found forgettable. But having a re-listen to that, I recognised it was Halloween straight away, so it must have left an imprint somewhere.
Mind you, Kiska's voice, there's no mistaking that, is there?
No, not really.
No. But yeah, I'd thoroughly recommend giving it a listen all the way through when you get a chance.
Yeah, well, from what I've heard so far, I would certainly do that. We've got off to a pretty good start with our first two.
Yeah, we set the bar high now. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
We set the bar high, and you don't think either of them are prog so far. Yeah, that's really
well. That's that's the thing. I think they're good songs. I don't think they're progressive, but they are good songs. So I wouldn't say oh no, they don't deserve on the list because they're well worth listening to.
Whatever you play now, I'm going to say that's not progressive.
Right, okay. Well, with that in mind, shall we go on to my number 10, I guess. Now, this one, it is really well known, and it is by one of the biggest bands, one of the biggest British progressive bands. This song became particularly well known thanks to a certain television program, more so from the fact that one presenter absolutely hates it. Let's hear it.
It's 1 o'clock and time for lunch. Bum-de-dum-de-dum. When the sun beats down and I lie on the bench, I can always hear them talk.
There's always been Ethel. Jacob, wake up, we got to tidy your room now. And then Mr. Lewis, wasn't the time that he was out on his own. Over the garden wall, two little lovebirds cuckoo to you. Keep them rolling blade sharp, I know. What I like, and I like what I know. Getting better in your wardrobe, stepping one beyond your Sunday night, Mr. Farmer called, said, listen son, you're wasting time. There's a future for you in the fire escape trade. Come up to town. But I remember the voice from the past. Gambling only pays when you're winning. Had to thank old Miss Rose for schooling a failure. Keep them moving sharp. I know what I like, and I like what I know. Getting better in your wardrobe, stepping one beyond your show. I know what I like, and I like what I know. Getting better in your wardrobe, stepping one beyond your show.
When the sun beats down and I lie on the bench, I can always hear them talk.
I can't believe you inflicted that on us.
Yeah, are you serious?
I was just taking the Richard Hammond approach.
So that is Genesis. I know what I like. Brackets in your wardrobe. That was from Selling England by the Pound, which was released in 1973. And now you see, he compared the drumming sound there with drum sounds in Queensryche earlier. Oh, it's. I just think it sounds so much better with, like, you know, a proper snare drum sound. The production on this album, I think, is fucking fantastic. Unfortunately, there is a bit of a drawback with this, as you may have heard. Peter Gabriel is spouting some serious verbal diarrhea throughout this song, and it can get annoying.
That's not like him.
Yeah.
Well, let's not forget that, you know, eventually he went on to this to telling women to open up their fruitcakes. So, I mean, you know, he never stopped, did he, really?
Yeah. So, yeah, well, what do we reckon?
That was proggy, I'll let you have it. but see, to me, that's a different kind of prog. That's prog rock, whereas the two that me and Jim have played are prog metal.
Prog metal. Yeah, definitely.
And for it to be metal, it's going to be a bit less Genesis-y than that was. Well, I've just made up another new word. I'm getting good at that.
Yeah. And I think that one is going to take even less than the last one did. Was it re-kickstart or whatever? Yeah.
I like that one. I haven't heard it for a long time, but I did used to like the earlier Genesis stuff.
Well,
Yeah, there-
Until the drummer got up and started singing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
exactly what I
mine's-
was going to say.
They did do a couple of okay songs when Collins came along and did vocal duties. I mean, I always did quite like Turn It On Again, to the extent that very nearly was my number 10 in place of this. But Gabriel era is just so much better. I had to choose something from this time.
They were different musically then as well. I mean, I do like the album The Invisible Touch by Genesis, but it was very, very more pop rock than it was progressive rock. You know, as much as I like the song Land of Confusion, I prefer the cover by Disturbed because it's got plenty of guitars in it. But yeah, that was they stopped playing prog and they went more pop rock.
Yeah, it certainly went a lot more contemporary than progressive by that time.
Lots of synthesized snares as well.
Yeah, it definitely went downhill there. One good thing I will say though about when Collins took over the vocals, the first tour that they did after he did that, they brought in a guest drummer so that Phil Collins was just on the front. Yeah, that guest drummer was Bill Bruford, who I consider to be the greatest drummer of all time. Yes, I know you don't agree, but you can't deny he is fucking great drummer.
Never heard of him.
You listen to it.
Bill Bruford, weren't that the sheriff in the Dukes of Hazzard?
Yes, he was. He did that as well. That was his side job. Yeah.
No, it's the same as anything. Before we get off that subject, you know, your favourite is your favourite for a reason. You know, there's a lot of music that we each listen to that we'd think is utter shit. Doesn't mean I'm gonna not like it just because you don't like it. So, although there are people that do that.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, there we go. So that is my number 10. So we are back to Chris. Your number 9.
I don't know, Chris. I mean, this early in the evening, we're about to start number 9, and you've already thrown Genesis at us. I've only got one retort to that.
The chamber was in confusion. All the voices shouting loud. I could only just hear a voice quite near say, "Please help me through the crowd." Said if I helped her through, she could help me too. But I could see that she was wholly blind. From her pale face and her pale skin, a moonlight shines, many white lips. She gonna take you through the tunnel of night. Lily white lips. She gonna lead you right. When I played her through the people, the angry noise began to grow. She said, "Let me feel the way the breezes blow, and I'll show you where to go." So I followed her into a big round cage. She said, "They're coming for you now, don't be afraid." Then she sat me down on a cold stone throne, carved in jade, lily white lilies. She gonna take you through the tunnel of night. Lily white lilies. She gonna lead you right. She leaves me in my dark
So what would be a last hurrah for Peter Gabriel? Although I can never tell which one of them's singing on that album.
I think they both are.
Yeah, certainly in the chorus, it does sound like it's the two of them, isn't it?
Well, for the uninitiated, that was Genesis with Lily White Lilith, which was from 1974, and the album The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, which during the following tour, Peter Gabriel would leave the band and go on to sing about sledgehammers.
Well, eventually, yeah.
Eventually.
He was singing, he was singing about the European It's a Knockout first, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Great song on a great album. Nothing but praise for that one. Fine choice, yeah.
I mean, obviously, I went for 2 minutes instead of the 3 then, because if I'd have gone for 3, I'd have played the whole fucking song.
We would have had the whole thing, yeah.
I mean, what is it? It's only 2 minutes and 43 seconds in its entirety. So yeah, so I cut that one short in the spirit of fair play.
Yep, I like it. Again, I haven't heard it for a long time, but yeah, really liked it. Really liked it. I had a copy of it on a mixtape, and when I got my first car, that was the only tape I had in the car, and that was one of the songs on it. So it would be repeating every 60 minutes.
That's an album that, even more so than Selling England by the Pound, I think. That's the album that really does benefit from having the whole thing rather than just one track. If you like Lily White Lilith, which I think most progressive fans do, you really want to get hold of a copy of the full album. It's a great album, that.
It's a double album as well. I mean, it came on 4 sides of vinyl originally. I think that was the opening to the second disc, the opening to side 3. I think that one is.
I think that's the shortest song on the album as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. But I really like the tune of the riff they played during that at the beginning. It's just the way it just sort of just starts. There's no like leading an intro like a lot of prog songs. It just starts, but that is purest prog.
Absolutely, yeah. No question about that. Right, here we go. Yeah, so a definite winner there, that one. All right, Jim, over to you for your number 9.
My number 9, right, okay. Well, this is probably off of one of the most well-known progressive rock albums of the 70s. It has a professional actor narrating all the tracks as well. I don't really need to say much more about it. This is not the song you probably think it is, but it's one of my favourite off the album.
The steamer began to move slowly away, but on the landward horizon appeared the silhouette of a fighting machine. Another came, and another, striding over hills and trees, plunging far out to sea and blocking the exit of the steamer. Between them lay the silent, grey, ironclad Thunder Child. Slowly it moved toward shore, then with a deafening roar and whoosh of spray, it swung about and drove at full speed towards the waiting Martians.
There were ships of shapes and sizes scattered out along the bay, and I thought I heard her calling as the steamer pulled away. The invaders must have seen them as across the coast they filed, standing firm between them. There lay Thunder Child, swiftly through the waters, cannons blazing as she came, brought a mighty metal warlord crashing down in sheets of flame. Sensing victory was nearing, thinking fortune must have smiled, people started cheering.
Martians released their black smoke, but the ship sped on, cutting down one of the tripod figures. Instantly, the others raised their heat rays and melted the Thunder Child's valiant heart.
There you go.
One of the greatest prog rock albums ever recorded, I think.
Yeah. What I particularly like about that one is you've got the in the background. You've got the original theme from from track one, a little bit, but it chops and changes it around a lot, which I like. You've got the guitar solo, and then you've got the different chord pattern halfway through that, which you caught a little bit of, and then it does change completely to bomb towards the end when you listen to it. But what sells that one for me, as well as the narration by Richard Burton, is Chris Thompson from Manfred Mann's Earth Band, who sings that. I think he's got one of the most powerful rock voices that I know. And I've seen him sing The Show Must Go On live, effortlessly, hitting the high notes and all that. Really, really powerful voice. And he was a good choice to play the voice of the people in this song, I think.
Yeah, I think Jeff Wayne's casting, for lack of a better word, was absolutely spot on in every aspect. I don't have a single bad word to say about the whole album. It hasn't appeared on my list because I could not think what song to put on it. I mean, this is an album, and this album, you could have chosen pretty much any song, and it would have been like a perfect fit, but I just could not decide which one I would put on. I mean, my favourite song is Forever Autumn, which I think is the case for a lot of people, but it's not at all progressive, that song, so I don't think it really would have worked. And I just couldn't choose, which one to go with. But yeah, you've chosen a fucking great one there, isn't it?
Exactly the same for me. It's not going to appear on my list because I couldn't choose. And, my favourite song on the album has got Phil Lynott singing, and it sounds just like a Thin Lizzy song. And, I've got this on vinyl. I mean, it's in storage. I actually bought this on vinyl with the it came with a big LP size book and that, all the artwork and that in it. It ticks every prog box. And
oh yeah,
I mean, there's me saying like, the Parson Nathaniel song isn't particularly prog, and you saying Forever Autumn isn't particularly prog, but they are in the whole scope of the album.
Yeah, stitch them all together. Yeah.
Stitch them all together, they instantly become prog because they fit in with the rest in telling the story.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit like, again, we come back to the Queensryche thing, yeah, those two songs on their own may not be prog, but they are absolutely, put them in put them in the album. The whole thing is. That's a great choice. That is definitely the best song we've had so far.
Thank you. And we're only at number 8.
Or even number 9. Yeah, we're even further back. Yeah. We're going to be here for a while. Yeah.
Have you have either of you seen any of the live shows that Jeff Wayne did in the last 10 years?
No.
All right, obviously he's had to recast. The one I've got, I think, was from the original cast, and it's still got Justin Hayward doing Forever Autumn and that. But they've got this big like ball that comes down from the ceiling with a slight face shape to it, and they project an image of Richard Burton that's been animated digitally during the speech.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. If you can get hold, if it's on YouTube, or you can get hold of a copy of the DVD or whatever, musically it's still as good as it ever was. Admittedly, I can't remember who took the place of David Essex, but it's not David Essex this time. But obviously, Phil Lynott weren't alive to do his part, so they've got different singers in, but it still works live. It still works. I know you've said before, Chris, you're not the biggest fan of live videos and stuff like that. This one works because it's more of a show, more of a stage show than just a band coming out and playing all their great hits. Yeah. It's good, really good.
Yeah, I got put off listening to the album, the new version of it. And I saw that Gary Barlow was part of it.
Well, I mean, the thing with Gary Barlow is, if he's doing take that stuff, then you're not going to want to touch that with a 10-foot barge pole. But I mean, the bloke can clearly sing and play a piano. He just hasn't done anything I want. I mean, the version I saw had, I think it might have actually been the, I think he's more of an operatic singer. Is it Russell Watson? I think was maybe he was doing Phil Lynnott's part. Now my mum listens to Russell Watson, and I can't stand his music, but in the context of the show, he was singing something else, and the man can sing. Just because I don't like his normal stuff, so I don't know if I'd necessarily do that to put me off. I might raise an eyebrow at it, but I didn't realise Gary Barlow was doing that. But it's a name I weren't expecting to hear mentioned tonight.
No, I can't say it was here either. Mind you, I wasn't expecting to hear Russell Watson's name mentioned as well. So we're doing well on that front. But great choice. Right, this brings me on to my number 9 then. Right, this band is definitely not a progressive band at all. But in previous videos we have mentioned them, and we have spoken about their progressive content. And for me, this is the song where they first started taking their major steps into progressive music. Let's hear it.
Not that we got to the proggy part of it.
No, that's it. I mean, it does have, to me, a slight progressive sort of feel to it at the start. But yeah, the main progressive part is, yeah, that the main sort of like break sort of halfway through when it just completely changes. The weird thing is with this one, if I was doing if we were doing a video where we were going through the songs of Master of Puppets and putting them, in order of preference, I'd have this down at number 7. Now, it's not because I think this song isn't great. It's just that the rest of the album is just fucking unreal, as we were talking about in the in the Metallica vid. But yeah, you can certainly hear progressive content in this song. And I think to a degree the song that follows it as well, but I much prefer this to The Thing That Should Not Be. I think it's definitely though the genesis of Metallica's progressive side.
Oh, definitely. I mean, even though you're not that big a fan of the song that follows it, and particularly the song after that, they still have got, as much as you don't like it. I mean, Sanitarium, Welcome Home has got time changes all over the place. It's the song is a time change. But yeah, no argument from me. That is definitely the start of their kind of prog thrash that they brought to the fore on And Justice for All. Although I've often thought a lot of the prog on And Justice for All is because of the cock up in the mastering and editing side of things. But every cloud.
Yeah, I think the actual the songwriting itself, especially in like the title track and in the Frayed Ends of Sanity, and that is out and out prog, no question. The iffy production just happily adds to it, even if it is a rather happy coincidence, Jim, I know Metallica is not one of your favourites, but
that sounded all right, actually. Production-wise, yeah, better than what I was subjected to with And Justice for All, which I know is one of your favourites, but yeah, it didn't sit well with me, that album. No, that sounded pretty good. Again, I'd like to hear it all the way through to get to the real proggy bits as well, but it didn't just sound like a sort of bordering on thrash song like a lot of theirs. It actually did, as you say, I could tell by the drum patterns, and even though it was the same, the varying on it as well, and to the chorus bit as well.
Yeah, it is quite an unusual sort of drum rhythm with this. It's constantly like interrupting itself, but it works. It works really well, I think. I think production wise, you got to say this is probably Metallica's best album. As far as the production goes, it's way ahead of the production on And Justice for All.
Yeah, and I mean the few albums that followed And Justice for All were overproduced. I mean, I know the songs weren't that good either, but they were overproduced as well. So it kind of took the edge off of it, which is something that Metallica had that was really good.
Yeah. Shame it only lasts 4 albums, really, wasn't it? So there we go. My number 9 then, Metallica. It's the title track from the Master of Puppets album. So back to Chris. Number 8.
Number 8. I'm trying to think of a way to bring this in. I mean, if Jim's not over keen on some of the more thrash metal type singing stuff, oh mate, you're gonna love this. There you go. That's Tiamat from 1994 with the R off of the Wild Honey album. And that is prog death metal, I think would be the only way to describe that. At least that's how it was described in the music press back then.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, that did not sound a lot like Paradise Lost to me. It had a very sort of similar sort of vibe to it, especially if you compare it to their third album, which I can never remember the fucking title of.
Shades of God.
That's it, yeah. Which was about the only Paradise Lost album that I thought was any good, to be honest. That was all right. I'll tell you what. If you like that sort of thing, you want to check out Therion's second album. That's assuming you haven't already got it.
I haven't. I think I have heard it. I'm surprised you haven't got this album yourself.
Have we got a? Oh, hang on. No, I thought we'd lost you for a bit there. No, I don't have this. It's one of those. I really have to be in the mood for it. It's not what I would call a shining example of great songwriting. You know, you get the main riff, then it's interrupted while he does his sort of like, you know, vomiting it at the microphone bit, and then it's back to the main riff. Stops, more vomiting in the microphone, and back to the main riff. It's like, fucking, come on, give us a bit of variation. Of course, we got to the variation, and then the 3 minutes are up. So, you know, I certainly don't think it's terrible. It's not one that I would rate highly enough to want to actually go and get it myself.
Jim?
I go, oh yeah, I really liked it. Well, the 3 minutes I've heard. Instrumentally, it could be a power metal song, and it's just the sort of demonic possession singing that takes that away. But I really liked it, and when the big change hits you, doesn't it hit you? Yeah, yeah. Again, I'd like to hear more of that. No, I liked it. Yeah, you get used to the singing. I suppose the demonic possession-y type voice is part of the narrative of the lyrics, although I didn't really listen to the lyrics that well.
It's another one of those, another album. The first 4 or 5 tracks on the album are kind of like that, and then the second half of the album is really synth laden and acoustic, and you sort of like, am I listening to the same album I put on half hour ago? You know, it's a real departure end to end. Don't know.
Well, that again
really
is
like the guitar riff.
I was going to say, well, your description there again is that can apply to Shades of God. It really is a lot of similarities between this and Paradise Lost here.
Yeah, well, I do quite like Paradise Lost all the way through their career, so I've got no problem with a band that's continually changing their sound, and that's what they did. They're back to singing like that again now. Paradise Lost. The last single I heard of theirs, is it Nick Holmes' singer? He's back to go down the microphone. So they've gone full circle, that band.
Well, I've written that down as an album to listen to, along with the Queensryche one. So yeah, I've got my homework.
I must admit, I'm really surprised at Jim's reaction to that one. I thought he was going to hate it. So yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, that's what I said when I introduced it. It's like, you're going to love this, Jim. I was thinking, oh, Jim's going to fucking hate the vocals on this one. But no, that guitar riff, I know it's repetitive, but you've got to remember, I used to indulge in a lot of extraterrestrial lettuce when I was a teenager, and you know, music like this with loads of layered sound and that on, you know, when you're off your tree is great, and the more repetitive and the longer they go on for, the better. So
yeah, although I will point out that in 1994 you were not Mr. Teenager, so don't give us that crap.
You know what I mean. He's only saying that 'cause I'm 50 in a couple of weeks, but he's going to catch me up.
Yeah, later this year. Yeah. There we go. So yeah, number 8, Tiamat. I'm quite surprised that they appeared. So although I'm not the biggest fan, yeah, not a bad choice. So I've got a Jim for, now it is your number 8.
Yeah, now it is my number 8. Okay, right. This may seem like a bit of a lazy choice, but it's one of the biggest rock bands, probably of the world. This is probably their most famous song. And all the record companies tried to not play it and give it airtime, except one particularly mad, zany DJ who played it about 14 times in an afternoon radio show. Yeah, you'll know what it is. You'll know exactly what it is. So, yeah, take it away.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy, I need no sympathy, because I'm easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Any way the wind blows doesn't really matter to me. To me. Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. Mama, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, as if nothing really matters. Too late, my time has come, sent shivers down my spine, body's aching all the time. Goodbye, everybody, I've got to go, gotta leave you all behind and face the truth. Mama, I don't wanna die. I sometimes wish I'd never been born at
Oh, hands up, all those that didn't want me to press stop then.
I didn't want you to. Yeah. The different music styles that Freddie crammed into that song, or Queen crammed in. You got the sort of choral, whatever the word is, first intro, then the soft piano ballad, then the operatic section, then the heavy rock section, then the soft section for the end. But all flows really nicely, all those genres.
Yeah.
And the production of it is absolutely phenomenal as well.
You know
Yeah,
what? I have never ever thought of Bohemian Rhapsody as a prog song before, but it fucking is, isn't it? It
Yeah,
really
it
is.
absolutely is, yeah. I mean, like we just say, it encapsulates like 4 totally separate music genres in the space of 6 minutes. You know, it's it's progressive, all right. Yeah. I'll admit, I had a feeling that you were going to be choosing something by Queen, and I kept thinking, right, okay, what's a progressive song by Queen? It never occurred to me that, oh yeah, of course, the most well-known song they ever did, and I never thought of it as being one you... I thought, if anything, it might have been Son and Daughter from At the Beeb, which certainly does have progressive elements to it, but, I mean, not like this does.
Yeah, it's got it all. Yeah, the other one maybe I would have put for Queen would have been Was It All Worth It from The Miracle. That's got a few progressive elements. Not as much as Bohemian at all.
No, I don't think there are many that do, are there?
Yeah, just
a hell of a song.
I put it in, it's just a hell of a song, and I could listen to it, over and over again.
Yeah, get that DJ to play another 14 times, eh?
And obviously, it was Kenny Everett was the DJ.
Don't get me started.
I don't care what you say. Kenny Everett's all right. Yeah, he was great.
He was. I agree.
Inventor of the Fogwits, we discovered.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Yeah, Jim's number 8, Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen from A Night at the Opera, and yeah, I don't think anybody can argue with that one. Well, you can try and argue, but you're not going to get very far. Right, so on to my number 8. So he's just had one of the biggest bands to come from these shores, and we are now going to have another one. These guys are definitely not progressive, but I think with this song, they did go progressive, even if it is really just for this one. Let's hear it. So unmistakable sound of Led Zeppelin. So that is Achilles' Last Stand from the Presence album from 1976. And for me, that is Led Zeppelin's greatest song. Bollocks to Stairway to Heaven. I hate Stairway to Heaven, even though I am a Led Zeppelin fan. This is their best by some distance.
I don't know if I'd go that far. I wouldn't say Stairway to Heaven either, but it's a fucking great song.
Yeah.
And yeah, the way Bonham bats the drums about on that, yeah, it's unmistakable prog timekeeping.
Yeah, and for me, I think Bonham steals the show with this one. The guitaring, I think, is fantastic. I love that intro, and they repeat it again at the end. That sounds great, but Bonham really does steal the show for this song.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it's not the first song where he stole the show. You've got like the Immigrant Song, and it's just with bizarre drumming, multi-bass drum taps, and what's the one with the absolutely bizarre timing he did on it? I forget the name now. They did a whole analysis video of it. My brain's gone a bit on that. So,
I mean, you could pick any number of Zeppelin songs, I think.
Yeah, I don't even think his son, who joined Led Zepp for a couple of one-offs, could do it either. And he's a fucking good drummer as well.
Yeah.
Jason Bonham, he couldn't do it either.
Yeah, he's a fine drummer, Jason Bonham.
So yeah, good choice that one. Excellent choice.
Yeah, I've always thought pretty much the whole of the first Led Zeppelin album is a John Bonham showcase. I don't know if he snuck into the mixing desk after they've recorded it and turned the drums up a little bit on the first Led Zeppelin album, but it's all about Jason Bonham on that, especially on songs like How Many More Times and Days to Confuse. It's like, yeah, this is a drumming masterclass.
Yeah, I think their debut was a fucking great album, but I think their masterpiece was Led Zeppelin 2, which is one of those rare albums. I don't think there is a single bad song. I love every song on that album. Unfortunately, with this one, with Presence, Achilles' Last Stand here, fantastic, the best thing they ever did. The rest of the album is a bit... it wasn't particularly well received, this album, when it came out.
Yeah, it's a bit. Well, I find a lot of their albums after Led Zeppelin 4 are a bit hit and miss. I mean, Led Zeppelin 3 was a bit hit and miss, and Led Zeppelin 4, regardless of what you think of Stairway, is a good solid album. And then after that, they was like the albums were half good and half not so good. I wouldn't say any of their stuff was shit by any stretch, but yeah, I think. I think when they kind of split up, when John Bonham popped his clogs, was probably musically one of the best things they could have done, because I think they were getting worse as they went along, which is a shame for the amount of talent.
I mean, they really didn't have any choice, because how the hell do you replace a drummer like John Bonham? It just can't be done. So, and I think that was the decision they came to. It's like, we can't replace him. We'll just call it a day now, yeah.
Well, there's only one British drummer that could have replaced him, and he'd already died anyway, hadn't he? I was just about to, and that would be Keith Moon.
What, Moon? Yeah, but there was no way Moon would have joined Led Zeppelin, though, would he?
No, I know that. I was just thinking of people that could have filled it in. I mean, Keith
could have done it.
A legend.
Ginger Baker? No, he was off his head by then, wasn't he?
Yeah. Actually, I think he was off his head long before then, but yeah, especially at that point, yeah. Well, there we go. So, yeah, that's my number 8 then. Achilles' Last Stand by Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, good one. A really good one.
Right, before we go on to Panther's number 7, the John Bonham song that you were talking about that got... Is it Moby Dick? The drum solo?
No, it wasn't the solo. It wasn't Moby Dick. No, it was the way he blended with the bass line, and almost sort of the bass. He followed the bass rather than the bass following the drums. If you see what I mean. I'll have to dig it out.
Yeah, I'm interested, about what that is. No, when you're saying about I was analysing his drumming, it suddenly occurred to me, oh, hang on, Moby Dick, but oh well. Anyway, moving on to Chris's number 7.
My number 7. I think this is going to be more about the discussion afterwards than the preamble. All I will say is that this has got a literal god on bass.
Lives of great men all remind us we may make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints in the sands of time. Of few stones a sacred circle where the wizard sages sat. Let us try to remember of the times where they were at. So your thoughts they were expecting assault and battery of the human anatomy, assault and battery of the human anatomy, man. Lives of great men all remind us we may make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints in the sands of time. So your thoughts they were expecting assault on battery of the human anatomy, assault on battery of the human anatomy, man.
The last album he appeared on before he got fired for trying to cross the Canadian border with a bag of speed. That was Assault and Battery by Hawkwind from 1974 off the album Warrior on the Edge of Time.
I definitely had heard it before. It didn't do a lot for me, I've got to be honest. I expected more from Hawkwind. There were times I thought the singing was awful, but only in the chorus. The rest of the time it sounded fine. I was not keen on the drumming at all. I mean, it wasn't utter shit. It wasn't like White Stripes level of shitness, but, you know, only that fucking pig-faced old cow from that band can be as shit as that. But yeah, it didn't do anything for me, I'm
I
afraid.
wouldn't take that as a that's what Hawkwind sound like, by the way.
Well, I mean, I remember hearing a few, including some that you sent me. I can't remember. It was a much more psychedelic one, mind you. I say that as if that wasn't. one of their earlier ones you sent me, it was just fucking weird. I much preferred their stuff when Lemmy, I think, had a more sort of prominent role in. I dare say he was playing bass on this.
He only really had a prominent role in about 2 songs. So I mean, normally he was just a bass player. But the reason I chose this one, this album in particular, is it's based a lot on science fiction writings of Michael Moorcock. In fact, he wrote a load of lyrics for this album
that's right.
in particular. And it's another one where, you know, that song goes on for another couple of minutes, and then it blends into another instrumental song, and then you've got a spoken word part called "The Wizard Blew His Horn," which we always have a chuckle at. And this album also contains a song called Motorhead. And all right, it's sad when musician loses their job. I mean, the band like Hawkwind getting sacked for carrying drugs. I mean, fuck's sake. But if he hadn't have been sacked, he wouldn't go on to form one of the best rock and roll bands of all time. So, you know. But Hawkwind was a band I didn't get into until my mid to late 20s, because I used to live in a block of flats when I first moved out of home, and there was another guy that listened to metal and that, and we were talking about it one day, and I went round, he went into his flat, and he put a load of Hawkwind on. I was like, what the fuck is this? And then I had a couple of joints. I was like, oh, right, that's what it is.
Oh, yeah, it didn't grab me, that song. I'd not heard that one before. Again, probably have to listen to, say, all the way through and listen to where it blends into the instrumental bit. I didn't like the accent he used when he sang the chorus. It was, sounded a bit forced, and the drumming was not wonderful at the beginning either.
But, you know, I thought the drumming was really good on this. It's like proper all over the place prog drumming, as far as I'm concerned. But you know, they've come from psychedelic space rock, and then in the mid 70s they went a bit more progressive, and then they got a when Lemmy was fired, they had a bit of a band shake up, and they got the poet Bob Calvert, who was permanently off his tits, and then their sound, although it wasn't punk, you could hear some punk influences creeping in there with the guitars and stuff like that, and it's they're another weird band where you can normally tell it's Hawkwind, but every single one of their albums sounds different.
So it's another dart thrown sort of job, eh?
Yeah, not that bad, Chris.
Yeah,
they are.
When you're saying like a poet and punk and that, I was thinking, hang on, are they going to bring in John Cooper Clarke next as well? You know.
It's a favourite of mine anyway.
Yeah, I think it's very much an acquired taste, and let's face it, progressive music is an acquired taste. So you're always going to get, you know, some progressive songs that you think is great, and loads of other people are going to say it's shit. And like we said at the start, you know, it's not going to change your opinion of it, you know, just because someone else don't like it, you know, bollocks to what anyone else thinks.
No, I mean, if I was going to try and pigeonhole that, I mean, Hawkwind are just Hawkwind. If I was going to try and pigeonhole it, I would say it's space rock with progressive overtones, but overtones enough to make me include in it. I didn't just think, oh, I've got to put a Hawkwind song in. I was just going through loads of stuff that I've always felt was progressive when I was picking my list. And this one was one I was like, yeah, I'm going to have that one.
Yeah, Hawkwind are one of those bands, they're fucking nigh on impossible to categorise, aren't they? They're just Hawkwind. That's the category, you know. I cannot think of anything, you know, any sort of like genre that I would say, okay, yeah, they're this, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they did an album in the mid-80s called The Chronicle of the Black Sword, which was, again, all around the fantasy book Elric of Manlybone. And, you know, that made them start getting into the mainstream rock press like Metal Hammer and Kerrang, and for a while they were considered to be a metal band because this one album had loads of heavy guitar riffs and solos and all that on it. So they kind of get pigeonholed by whatever album they've just recorded, it would seem.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, I'll say, yeah, most certainly an acquired taste. They're one of those bands. They have done a couple of songs. I think, yeah, they're all right, but yeah, it's difficult for me to get into. It's not really my sort of thing.
I would imagine in their arsenal of something like, it's got to be touching 40 studio albums. There's probably one in there you'd like if you could be asked to go through them.
Well, I did like their version of the song Motorhead. I do prefer Motorhead's one, but yeah, the Hawkwind one is pretty good as well.
Yeah. There you go.
There we are. Yep. Certainly, I think the most unusual song we've had so far on the list. So we're over to Jim for his number 7.
Okay, right, yeah. It's another band that's not known for being particularly progressive. Again from England. This particular song is about a very long, repetitive, boring road and the emotions that go with it, and it's not Chris Rea. So, there you go.
Time ago, came a man on a track, walking 30 miles with a sack on his back. And he put down his load where he thought it was the best, made a home in the wilderness, built a cabin and a winter store, and he plowed up the ground by the cold lake shore. The other travelers came walking down the track, and they never went further, no, they never went back. Then came the churches, then came the schools, then came the lawyers, then came the roads, then came the trains and the trucks with their load.
Well, only just really got going now.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I mean, once the guitar started, there was probably no doubt about who it was. That was Dire Straits with Telegraph Road from 1982 album Love Over Gold. Yeah, you just really only heard the intro really there, and it just started getting going. There's some nice couple of verses in that vein. There's a classic Knopfler, very long guitar solo. Then it switches to some strings and long piano chords music about the 7 or 8 minute mark as well.
I certainly think that is one song where we'll edit in a different clip. So for the benefit of those watching, we've just listened to like the first 3 minutes, and basically the song had just about started when the clip ended. We'll choose a different clip for that. I have to say, when you said it was a song about a long road and all that, I was thinking, please don't tell me you've chosen the Beatles. That was a pleasant surprise. I am not a Dire Straits fan at all. I cannot forgive them for the song Heavy Fuel, which is one of my most hated songs of all time. Although of course that was much later than this one. I can't say I'm a Dire Straits fan. What I heard of this, it didn't do anything for me, but I didn't exactly hear it going in full flow. So
Yes, fair enough.
I don't mind Dire Straits. I mean, I think their crowning glory is a live album, which is Alchemy. I like Dire Straits, some of their earlier stuff, Romeo and Juliet, Sultans of Swing, up to about like Money for Nothing and Walk of Life. But after that, they didn't go on for much longer than that, did they? I don't know. They seemed to sort of like just fade away, didn't they, Dire Straits, rather than have a big sort of blowout finish. Mark Knopfler is a fantastic guitarist, but he plays a certain style, and that's what he does. Fair play to him for sticking to his guns. To me, Dire Straits is sort of like very easy listening, chill out, going to sleep music. But I don't dislike it, and I liked what I heard of that. But then I have heard that before.
I think Dire Straits, they're like the softest of soft rock bands. You can sort of like lump them in with Fleetwood Mac sort of thing.
Another band ain't too bad.
I like Fleetwood Mac. Certainly prefer them over Dire Straits. It's not on my list, but a Fleetwood Mac song nearly made it on here.
So go on then, Chris. So your choice is that song by Dire Straits or Unskinny Bop by Poison. What are you going to play?
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Put this on loop. Fucking... I mean, you could choose almost any song you care to think of, or Unskinny Bop, and whatever that other song is, that's going to win. Yeah,
even Barbie Girl by Aqua.
I think the option of choosing to perforate my own eardrums is more appealing than having to choose between them two. Let's move on swiftly from that, shall we?
And I don't mind Mark Knopfler's guitar playing. It is, like I said, it's good chilled out stuff. I mean, obviously, if you don't like Dire Straits, you don't like them. There's not much you can do about that. But I think the thing for me is one of my uncles is quite a big Dire Straits fan. And when I first started getting into rock and guitar music and stuff like that, he lent me like the double live Alchemy album, and that's a really good live album.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of theirs that I particularly like because it's all very generic, isn't it? But with Mark Knopfler's style, there's that one, and I do like the live version of Brothers in Arms as well. I think, is that on the album you said, or was it on a later live album?
I think it's on a later one. Yeah. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, I do like Telegraph Road. Musically, I like it. It's very clever.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Interesting one. Not going to go down as one of my favourites, but there we go. That's one of the things. It's one of the reasons why I like doing these, top tens, because at some point you're going to have songs that the others don't like, and you get the chance to actually explain why you don't like them. Actually, I didn't do a lot of explaining as to why I don't like it. The thing with Dire Straits, it's pretty much what you were saying there, Jim. They are very generic, and to me, they've never done anything that really stands out as an interesting song. It's all very middle of the road, very so. It's. I just find it very dull, very beige. If they did something to sort of liven it up and just bring in something to make it stand out, then I may actually like a couple of their songs. But everything I've heard so far, no, they don't do it. So it's not for me.
Okay.
So, and you don't get that in YouTube comments. All you get is, "Oh, that shit, fuck off." Anyway, we're on to my number 7 then. Now, our number 7 so far have all seemed to be like very much a quiet taste, and mine does continue that.
It's not Dire Straits. If it is,
No, it is not Dire Straits. I can tell you that much for certain. So this is a band who these lot were prog rock from start to finish. And they are like one of the sort of like biggest names in prog rock in particular, but not this era. This era, they divided their fans a bit. A lot of their fans did like it, but there were some who just didn't like this new sound of theirs, because the band had effectively split up and then they were reformed, and this was the first album they did when they reformed, and I think this is fucking great. So let's hear a bit.
I'm going to be honest from the outset here. I haven't got the faintest idea what that was. I've never heard that before. I don't know who it is or.
Same.
Right, well, that was King Crimson. The song is Frame by Frame. It's from the album Discipline, which came out in 1981. And King Crimson had basically split up. They were no more. And the founding member, Robert Fripp, the guitarist, basically brought them back together again. But as you two have both illustrated quite clearly there, it's completely different to like the King Crimson of the 70s. Brought in a great lineup. Bill Bruford on drums again, so you think about it. He's gone from playing drums for Yes to King Crimson, and he was playing drums for Genesis as well. I mean, that's a pretty good, CV.
It's not a bad resume.
So yeah, it was a very different direction, this album. It was a bit more, I guess, for a lack of a better word, it was a bit more arty. Which a lot of the time is a sort of other way of saying it's a poncy album, and I must admit there are times in this album where it is a bit poncy. Occasionally it really doesn't work at all. It's either the title track or it's a song in Discipline. It's a fucking mess. But a lot of the time, yeah, it's great stuff. I this song in particular I really like. The first song on the album, Elephant Talk, is a great one. There's Sailor and Gingy is another great one. It's got loads of great songs, but this song is very typical of the album. If you liked how this sounded, you'll probably like the album. If this isn't for you, then avoid the album like the plague.
I think it's going to be one to avoid for me. I wasn't overly taken with it, like you were saying about acquired taste. I think if you took out a lot of the pitch bending that was going on that, I mean, the only time I've ever heard pitch bending like that is Les Claypool's bass in Primus. I mean, it was a bit too much for me. I like the actual beat. The drumming was superb on it, but yeah, it wouldn't be one that I'd choose to listen to. It was a bit too messy for me, a bit too all over the place.
Which actually, I'm sure this won't surprise you at all. That was the intention. It's all over the place, but somehow it does come together. I mean, in this song, there's no bass guitar. He's playing a Chapman stick. I don't know if you're familiar with that thing. Fucking huge, great. It looks like an enormous fretboard, and you just play it by fingering on the frets there. Weird instrument, but it does make some pretty good sounds. There's phenomenal, I think, guitaring by Robert Fripp on this song. Not that twangy bit with all the pitch bending. It's all that you can hear behind it.
That's what I would say that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
That grabbed it for me was that rhythm guitar playing.
Yeah. I mean, that is fucking incredible guitaring. I think
technically phenomenal. I mean, I play the guitar myself. Obviously, nowhere near to that level, and I'd say never in a million years could I consistently play that through for 6 or 7 minutes, however long the song is, like that. I mean, that's some skill. That is.
Yeah. It's. Well, I say I'm certainly a fan, but yeah, I'll be the first to admit it is certainly not for everyone.
No, I'd find that hard work at an extended listen. It's all right. I'm not going to knock. The talent on the show there was. You'd have to be deaf not to be able to appreciate the talent there. It's just, it didn't really work for me, that one. Which is, I think that's the first time since we've been doing these videos that one hasn't worked for me. So it's bound to happen sooner.
Yeah, so it had to happen at some point. And let's face it, if it was going to, I think this was definitely going to be the video where it would. Jim, I mean, you appreciate the playing in it. How do you rate it as a song?
Yeah, it's a bit thrown together, but as you said, it's supposed to be, isn't it? That's part of its charm, isn't it? So
yeah.
it's. I mean, Are we missing a lot from what we've heard? Are we missing anything, or is it?
With that particular song, not really. I think that was just over half of it, so there's not a lot more to come there. It's another one, I guess. It's one of those where the more you hear the album, you hear more like playing ability, but you're not going to hear an enormous amount of variation as far as like the sound. It is purely like guitars, bass or Chapman stick, drums. There's not a hell of a lot of lyrics throughout the whole album, so this is like a pretty good taster of the whole thing.
I mean, it's okay. I wouldn't rush out to buy it, but I'd have it on in the background, sort of thing. But it's I wouldn't deliberately go out of my way to put it on.
Yeah, like I say, yeah, it is an acquired taste, and I figured that of all the songs that I've got on my list, this is the one that actually, no, there's one more which I think certainly one of us is going to have a hard time with, but yeah, I didn't, it's not got mass appeal, but I am a fan here.
Right, this is your list, so that's how it works.
Yeah. So there we go, that is my number 7 then, King Crimson, frame by frame. Right, back to Chris for number 6.
Number 6. Quite some distance. The newest, most recent song that I think any of us have had really. So I'll play it, and you'll either hate it or you won't, I suppose.
We were young and had it all figured out. She was the quiet one and I had the mouth, until she fell to her knees. We escaped through the alley in the back. Judge told me, creature, don't you dare go back. But I couldn't dodge the ringing in my head. Her only solemn voice through the echoes as it said, please don't leave me here, my love. Oh, pretty angel swinging from your cable. I fear, my dear, the end is near.
that for me is one of those Goosebumps songs. I really like the tune. I like the way the instruments are played. I like the singing. That's Coheed and Cambria, and that's the title track from the 2018 album, The Unheavenly Creatures. And with the advent of the band Rush having ended due to the death of Neil Peart, I've always jokingly, because my brother-in-law is a massive fan, I've always jokingly referred to them as the Rush B Team, because they do a lot of concept albums. The guitarist singer Claudio Sanchez, he's got a series of comic books called The Armory Wars, which is based on these two star-crossed lovers. As far as I can tell, I've never read the comic book, but a lot of their albums are like this. The previous album before this one, The Colours Before the Sun, had nothing to do with the Armory Wars at all. It was just a collection of songs, no overarching story or anything. And I remember when this album was about to come out, the band tweeted, Claudio's back on his bullshit. And then we got another Armory Wars album, and it's fucking fantastic stuff. You know, if you like, most people who like Rush tend to like Coheed and Cambria, because Coheed are massive Rush fans.
Yeah, you sent me a few of their songs over like Facebook, because I remember hearing some of theirs, and I thought, yeah, they were great. Not this song. When it started, I thought, hang on, are they using an AY chip here? It didn't sound great, the intro. It never recovered. So
You're allowed to be wrong, mate.
Say the songs that you'd sent me before, some were okay and some were great. I don't agree with that about them being the Rush B Team. You were saying a lot of fans of Rush are also fans of these. I wouldn't say I was.
Well, all right. The fans of Rush that I know, apart from you,
apart from me, yeah,
tend to like Coheed.
yeah. No, they does smell all right, but yeah, I was not a fan of that. I didn't like that. It had a very sort of like poppy sound, thanks to that AY sort of like sounding like keyboard at the start. Yeah, it didn't really. I know we're talking about progressive, but for me that song didn't progress. The progressive element is there, but the song itself didn't really progress. It was much the same. It almost sounded like pop music in places to me.
Well, I think the guitars are a bit heavy for pop music, but
well,
I think that I'm noticing a pattern, and the trouble I'm having here with the things I've chosen a lot of tracks that work well in the confines of listening to an entire album.
Yeah. But then you do that a lot anyway. You freely admit it on several videos now. You rarely will just sit there and listen to one song by a band and then go on to another. You'll listen to an entire album from start to finish. So it would certainly explain why you've done that. I mean, it could be that the rest of the album is great, but I just couldn't get on with that song.
Well, I actually, the first thing I ever sent you of theirs, I think, was the prologue and Dark Sentencer. They put it out as a like a lead single. It was the video was just a big spaceship sort of.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And now that I thought was pretty good.
Yeah. See, now I would have chosen that, but trying to fit that in. Trying to fit that in 3 minutes with the intro and that, and also, even if I'd have chosen it as my number one, you're still looking at about 12 minutes of music, and I couldn't think of a way to put it down, so I thought I'd put on a catchy one that I really like the tune to. You know, regardless of how poppy it is, Claudio Sanchez really knows how to write a good hook. You know, like a really catchy piece of music, and I suppose that's where the pop element comes from. I mean, I'll defend Coheed to the hilt because I fucking love them.
Oh yeah,
Don't,
yeah.
Don't tell my brother-in-law I said that. Though. I ain't going to wind him up anymore. he thinks I just like them. I think they're fucking brilliant. Although saying that, they've put out a couple of singles over the last few months of their new album that's due to come out. It's the follow-up to that one. In fact, the full title of that album is Vaxis Act 1, The Unheavenly Creatures. Well, Act 2, I think, is coming out. And the 2 singles they've put out so far, well, I'm not impressed in the slightest.
Yeah,
Whereas when I
okay.
heard the Dark Sentencer and the stuff that was coming out for this one, I was like, yeah, and I basically pre-ordered this. I got it on the day it was released. I was that much, I wanted it that much. But yeah, so far I'm kind of, oh no, what's happened? So we'll see.
Jim?
I thought it was a nice tune, very very well sung. Because it was new, it was produced in a sort of poppy way. But I think the basic elements of the song would have been good had they been recorded back in the 80s. And they could have used the actual organ as well instead of to make that Nintendo-y sound at the beginning. But yeah, it was all right. I think it's just, because of the sort of, how old did you say it was?
2018, so it's coming up for 4
because
years in October.
It's got the modern day overproduction, so it does sound a bit poppy. That's my only criticism of it.
No, that's cool. I mean, I'm not going to knock anyone. I'll take the piss out of Chris a lot. I'm not going to knock anyone for having their own opinion. I've played it because I want to play it. I know. I knew before I played that one. I was pretty sure Chris wouldn't like it. You're more of an unknown quantity musically, because I've sat with him online for fucking hours and hours talking about music, whereas me and you haven't, Jim. So I wasn't sure what you'd think of it, but it was my choice, and I was going to play. I'm not just going to play songs because I think Chris is going to like them. I'm playing them because I fucking like them.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is, like I say, that's what I want, choose the stuff that you want and bollocks to whether anybody else likes it. That's why I think these videos work, So, I've heard much better by them. That one is not going to go down as one of my faves. So, Jim, over to you for your number 6.
Number 6. We've had this band already. You've mentioned this song and you fucking hate it, but I don't care because I fucking love it. Press play.
There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. When she gets there, she knows if the stores are all closed, with a word she can get what she came for. She's buying a stairway here. There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure, 'cause sometimes words have two meanings. In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven. spirit is crying for leaving. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees and the voices of those who stand looking.
Didn't even get to the drum beat, Jim.
No, I know. Didn't even get to hear Bonham again, did we? But yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's not the proggiest of songs they've done, but it does have a lot of progressive elements in it, I think.
Yeah, it does have progressive elements, yeah.
It's, I mean, musically, it's so clever the way they've recorded it. Even the first section we heard there was just the acoustic guitar. And what sounds like flutes is actually like the early analog sound sampling instrument called a mellotron. That had tapes of different instruments at different pitches, and he played it like a little keyboard.
I didn't know that. I always thought it was actual flutes being used.
John Paul Jones actually played it live a few times on the mellotron, which was probably why you never hear a bass with them. And then you got Jimmy Page uses 3 different guitars in that. Obviously, he's acoustic, and he's got that double necked electric that's a 12-string on one,
12
and
string.
six on the other, and then his classic Les Paul that he uses for the main heavy bit. I just think it's a lovely structure of the song. Sounds amazing, produced fantastically, and they do it really well live as well.
Well, that's one thing you could always say about Led Zeppelin. If you ignore Live Aid, they are a fucking great live band.
Yeah, it
It's a
was
classic
okay
song.
live aid. Didn't they have Phil Collins drumming to it?
I can't remember who it was who they had. They were in Philadelphia, wasn't it? They weren't in Wembley, were they?
Yeah, he played his bit in Wembley, then he flew on the Concorde
Yeah, that's
to
right.
America,
Yeah.
and then he drummed for Led Zepp a couple, but there was problems with the audio monitors, I think. But apart from that, forget that little blip.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only sort of bad sort of live show they've ever done, I think. My problem with this song is I'm just sick to death of it. This is Led Zeppelin's, Run to the Hills or Seek and Destroy. I just.
I better quickly cross them 2 off me. I think it's a great song. Because of the length of it, it doesn't get that much radio play in its full form. It normally gets cut off before, well, pretty much when we cut it off. I do like it when the drums come in. And of course, if you listen to the family of dead members of the band Spirit, Led Zeppelin ripped it off from them anyway.
Yeah, naturally, yeah, of course.
Well, I thought they based it on their song Tangerine from Led Zeppelin 3. I thought that was the song that they kept on working on that, and it became Stairway to Heaven.
Well, it probably did, and they didn't nick it from Spirit because it's a natural chord progression, and that's exactly why it got thrown out of Cult, because people that ain't even into music heard it and went, "Oh, fuck off."
Yeah,
well, obviously, they said it in more legalese than that, but the basic line was "fuck off."
Yeah, fuck off, my lad. I think that's the legal terminology. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not sick of this song. I really like the solo that Jimmy Page does in the last part of it. Before a plant, he starts singing about winding on down the road. It's a really good solo.
Yeah.
So, Jim, would you say this is your favourite Led Zeppelin song then?
No, I like the Immigrant song.
That is a great song, though, isn't it? Yeah. The shame about it is it's the only song from Led Zeppelin 3 that I do like. The rest of the album is quite ordinary, I think.
You really don't like Gallows Pole?
It's got its moments.
I really like that song off Led Zeppelin 3. It's the reason I bought the album was for that and the Immigrant song.
And Communication Breakdown's another one I like with theirs.
Oh, for the first one.
Yeah.
My favourite song on the first Led Zeppelin album is one that a lot of people dismiss, Your Time Is Gonna Come. Love that song.
I couldn't pick one off the first album.
Vaguely,
I think I refuse to pick one off the first album because I think it's solid from start to finish. It's like heavy blues, proto metal before Tony Iommi said, "No, this is how you do it," and started
yeah.
Black Sabbath. But yeah, it's what an album Led Zeppelin one is.
Oh yes, it is a great album. I'll say, I for me, Led Zeppelin 2 was their that was their best. One of the few albums where every song on it is great. Doesn't happen often enough. So yeah, there we go. Stairway to Heaven. Yeah, I'm not a fan, but I'm very much in the minority. Not just on this video, but out there in the rock world, you're not going to hear too many people agreeing with me on that one.
I dare say loads of people who agree with you in the comments, Chris. They always do.
Oh yeah. Everyone always does. It's always become a religious thing, isn't it? Eh? If I say everyone must agree, right. Well, moving on from that, then we get to my number 6. This lot are absolutely prog rock from the Netherlands, which should give away who it is.
I think I know.
Yeah, I've already said enough. They've done 2 songs that everybody knows. This is one of them. Let's hear it.
I've got a feeling I'm going to engage Julie Andrews mode here.
Yeah, this isn't the song I nominated to play all the way through, I'll add, but I'm pretty sure this is the shortest song that we're going to be hearing tonight, because that was the whole thing. So yeah, that was Focus. The song is House of the King, which was in their... It was on their debut album when it got reissued. So it was released in 1971. The debut album was called Focus Plays Focus, and initially it didn't have this, and then it got reissued with the title In and Out of Focus, and this song had been added to the playlist at that point.
I was convinced you was going to play Hocus Pocus. As soon as you said they was a band from Holland, you know, a band from the Netherlands, I thought, oh yeah, right. So that's why I said engage Julie Andrews.
Yeah. That's the
fucking sneaky.
But I mean, okay, it's a bit of a cliche choice. This, well, the two of them are. Whenever people mention Focus, this and Hocus Pocus are the two songs everyone thinks of. But there's a good reason for that. They're both fucking great.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
I believe it or not, I've not heard that one before. I've obviously heard Hocus Pocus, but not heard that one.
Bloody hell.
yeah, I know,
I'm
yeah.
stunned by that.
But I really enjoyed what I heard. They pack a lot into 2.5 minutes, don't they, with that?
Yeah. When this song came out, perhaps unsurprisingly, they got a lot of comparisons with Jethro Tull purely because of the flute. There's a big difference between how he's playing the flute here and how Ian Anderson plays
No,
it.
I mean,
That's-
the way he plays the flute there sounds more like a recently deceased Sid god who used to play the flute as well. Similar style.
Yeah, that sort of comparison is like saying the Bay City Rollers are like Slayer because they both play
Because they both
guitars.
play guitar. Yeah, I totally agree. It's a ridiculous comparison. My mum always used to keep saying, whenever I played this, she used to keep saying, "Oh, this is Jethro Tull." No, it isn't. Just because he's playing a flute doesn't mean it's Jethro Tull. You know?
No, it's it actually sounded more. Ben Daglish sounds a lot more like that when he plays the flute because of the way it blows it and the trailing notes at the end.
Yeah, and apparently it's really difficult to play the flute like that. So you got to have some talent. Well, let's face it, Ben Daglish had more than his fair share of musical talent, and the same absolutely applies to these guys. They're still going now. They did a show in Colchester, just up my way, only like a couple of years ago, or well, it was just before the pandemic came along. So yeah, they're still going strong.
Wow.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's the House of the King. It did have a sort of medievally fairy tale sort of scale to the names, didn't it?
Yeah, well, when they first came up with this song, it was totally improvised. They played it at the end of one of their shows, and basically they'd overrun, and like some cunt came along and just flicked the power switch. So they carried on going, just using like acoustic guitars and the flute, and they literally made this up on the spot.
Total improv.
Yeah.
We spoke about this before, and I said I recognised it, but it sounded like something from a television show. Did you say that this was used for a TV program?
It was used for two. It was used for the most recent one. It was a Steve Coogan thing. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Hang on, no, I can't say tell you. I can't for the life of me remember what it was. And it was also used as a theme to some ITV program in the 70s. It must have been some science thing or other, because it was Magnus Pike was the presenter of it. Again, I can't remember the name of the program. But yeah, it has been used a couple of times as a television theme.
Yeah, I'm thinking back years to when I was a small kid, so it probably was that
Yeah.
where I've heard it from before.
Yeah.
Well, I like it.
It's a great one. Short and sweet. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is going to be the shortest song that it gets played tonight.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, House of the King by Focus. That is my number 6. Right. So we are moving on to the Chris's number 5.
I don't know if you two are gonna question whether or not this is prog rock. All I'm gonna say is if you don't like this, you're wrong. And that's all there is to it.
That's the spirit.
course, by stopping it there, we miss a monumental keyboard and Keith Moon smashing the drums bit in the middle. But you know,
And,
can't have everything.
yeah. And the scream as well.
And the scream.
I'm quite glad we missed the screen because for me that ruins the song. I think it's great apart from that bit, but I don't think it's a prog song.
Well, I disagree with you 100% on that because not only does it come off the back one of the remnants of a progressive rock concept album that Pete Townsend was making, and then they gave that up and carried some of the songs onto the Who's Next album. That was, for anyone that doesn't know that, and there's probably going to be one, that was the Who with Won't Get Fooled Again from the 1971 album Who's Next. I think
unfortunately there's bound to be a few people who know it as the theme tune to CSI, wherever the fuck it was.
No, that was never used.
Oh, was it?
No, they used Who Are You and Barbara O'Reilly.
I think it was used for one of the CSI programs. Oh well,
I thought it was CSI Miami used this, but
that was Barbara O'Reilly.
Oh, okay.
It's similar. It's got an arpeggio-driven keyboard in it.
Well, I do think it's proxy. Now, the thing with the Who is I listen to the Who to listen to Keith Moon. It just so happens that he's backed up with one of Britain's greatest songwriters, Pete Townsend. The Ox on bass. I mean, John Entwistle's a fucking fantastic bassist because he goes all over the place.
yeah, especially in this song. Yeah,
Yeah, and you know, even though you don't like the scream, as far as singers go, I would put Roger Daltrey up just somewhere below Jeff Tate and the others we've mentioned recently, and Freddie Mercury. But he's still he'd be in my top 10 vocalists.
He's a great singer. It's just that scream I don't like. But there's no way I would even consider saying that Roger Daltrey ain't a decent singer. Of course he fucking is.
Yeah, and well, because of the way that song's played, with the way it's drummed and the bass and that, and that keyboard sound in the background, that makes it totally progged out to me.
No, I don't see it myself. Around this time, keyboards in rock music wasn't that unusual, really, because it was still sort of like early. I mean, this is using a Hammond organ, isn't it? It's not like an early synth or anything like that, isn't it?
It's an electric organ because they what made this difficult was when you hear it go, they're not actually playing that. They're holding down two notes and they program that arpeggio in. And the difficult thing about it was Keith Moon had to drum to that exact tempo with everything else going on as well. Whereas normally the keyboard would follow the drummer. But he had to drum to that because you can't change the tempo of the arpeggio to suit the drums midway through the song. So you've always got to keep them in perfect time. And back then they didn't have digital technology to do that.
Oh, that sounds very progressive, Jim, I have to say.
Well, I would say that is, to me, that's the experimental side of it, which gives, I will give it progressive elements. I wouldn't say it's a prog song. I'd give it progressive elements.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know anything about that sort of thing. I still wouldn't consider it a prog song. I think it's a great song. I got no problems with listening to it on that grounds. Fucking one of the Who's best, I think. To me, it's not really proggy.
I was originally looking at Tommy, me and my concept albums apparently this evening, but I couldn't pick a song off of there that I'd put in the list, and I'm not sick of the song by any stretch of the imagination, but if I'd have put Pinball Wizard in, that's not a particularly proggy song by itself, and it suffers from the same thing as Stairway to Heaven and Seek and Destroy and Run to the Hills. It's like if a mainstream radio station's going to put the Who on, they put on Pinball Wizard. It's just one of them things they do. If it's like something like Capital Gold, they'll play Substitute. If it's a mainstream station, they'll play Pinball Wizard. That's the two Who songs that get played all the time.
Yeah. Actually, when it comes to Pinball Wizard, I actually prefer the version from the film that's sung by Elton John. Yeah, that's a great version.
Yeah, it's got the piano intro, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, I really like that one. The Who version, yeah, like you say, it's been played to death, and yeah, I've had enough of it. But yeah, the Elton John one, yeah, I'll listen to that anytime.
I had that as a ringtone not so long ago. The Elton John piano intro, and people kept thinking it was Bat Out of Hell. I said no.
I had a horrible feeling you were going to say something like that. Oh no!
Yeah, I gave him just the same disdain as you just showed.
God, you want to see the looks I'll get when my phone rings on the rare occasions I have the sound on. I've got Rob Hubbard doing Delta on the Commodore 64 as my phone.
That's still a decent song though. Certainly a downside better than the fucking Philip Glass original. Okay, if you had that as your ringtone, you would deserve any of the funny looks you got.
Mind you, it'd take 6 weeks to ring, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah.
And if someone rung me and Philip Glass played, I'd answer the phone and someone would be really pretentious to me down the fucking down the earpiece.
Yeah, and then some. Fucking hell.
Well, there you go.
You know, it's only on this channel that we managed to get, you know, in like a few sentences, we go from the Who to Philip Glass. You know, where else on YouTube are you going to get that kind of musical variant? Eh?
Somewhere out there, Philip Glass is making notes now.
Yeah.
He's going to do a Who cover to spite you.
Yeah, he'll be the first to comment, wouldn't he?
Right, well, there we go. So, yeah, Chris number 5, which I wouldn't say is particularly proggy, but, you know, it's not my list, so who am I to say? Right, so we go on to Jim, and you're number 5.
Not number 5, right. You've heard this band already tonight, quite recently. This is from more of a concept album that they did, and it's not that well known as a song in itself, but yeah, take it away.
That when you were walking forwards, that you'd end up further onward. But things ain't quite that simple. You got altered information. You were told to not take chances. You missed out on new dances. Now you're losing all your dimples. My jacket's gonna be cut slim and check. Maybe a touch of seersucker with an open neck. I ride a GS scooter with my haircut neat. I wear my war-time coat in the window sleeve.
did not want to turn that off. I fucking love Quadrophenia.
Yeah. Well, the reason I chose that particular one because that sparks the bit in the story when he gets ditched by Leslie Ash and he's riding back and his scooter gets trashed and all that, and all his anger's coming out before he goes on the rampage. And it does combine lots of elements of the other songs in the album. Like the intro was very similar to the title track, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then you've got the Love Rain on Me. So it does sort of combine it all because you're getting like flashbacks of it all. It's not, I don't think that song is shown in the film. I think it's just the others. But
I think there's snippets of that in the film when he's going mental, but it's more instrumental than having Roger Daltrey singing on it. I think, if I remember right, it's been a while since I've seen the film.
yeah, which is a great fucking film as well. Brilliant film. Yeah, what do you think, Chris?
I mean, it's not my favourite of the Who's, but yeah, I do like the film. The film always struck me as being a bit sort of weird. I mean, when you consider when the Who started, they were, you know, like considered one of the greatest mod bands around. This film doesn't really show the mods in a particularly good light to me.
Well, so now you say that, Chris. I'm just going to interrupt you. Sorry, mate. My dad went to go and see the Who in the 60s, late 60s. My dad's only like 20 years older than me, so sort of 68. He only would have been 16. And my dad was a rocker. You know, he had a bored out 250 and stuff like that. And they went to go and see the Who because the Who were a rock band. And my dad decided with his mates to go and see them. Not long after they'd switched to being playing more mod music and mod bands, and my dad said him and his mates went into the front of the marquee, turned around and come out again because it was a fucking sea of Parkers.
Well, before they got beaten up, yeah.
Yeah, he said he's seen the Who live for about 30 seconds, and they just turned around and walked out because it just weren't worth the aggro. I think there was only like 4 of them and about 400 mods. Do continue.
No, I don't really know what else to add. I mean, it is like you say. It's with all the flashbacks there. It is sort of like almost a recap of what you know, parts of songs that you've heard before. It's almost like a reprise in many ways. I can sort of see the progressive element to it. I wouldn't have said it's a prog song. I wouldn't have really said that any of the songs on Quadrophenia are particularly progressive individually, but much like we were saying right at the start here, put them all together, I can sort of see it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
obviously,
I find the Who to be fairly proggy for their old albums in terms of what I was saying earlier about, you know, a concept album. When it's done right and you bring back themes, or you bring back a certain theme using a different instrument, like you might use a piano instead of guitar to do the same sort of chords you were playing earlier on. I find that, for me personally, to be progressive. And you know, you think of what the Who's done. You know, you're looking at, once you get out of the 60s and when they're doing their, you know, My Generation and stuff like that, and they start experimenting more with music, and you've got Tommy and Quadrophenia and what would have been what turned into Who's Next. You know, they're starting to put themes in and oral callbacks to stuff. You know, that's all spelled AURAL, by the way.
Yes.
And I don't know. I think the Who are overlooked as a prog band, and I think, as far as writing's concerned, I think Pete Townsend is quite a genius.
yeah, very clever man.
And I think there is a difference between like progressive and concept albums. Certainly when it comes to concept albums, nobody would say that the Who, you know, aren't anything like that. I mean, even if you are for some strange reason going to say that Quadrophenia is not a concept album, you absolutely cannot say that about Tommy. I personally think Tommy was a concept album too far. That bordered on the pretentious a little bit for me. Quadrophenia is much more sort of like straight in your face, it is what it is sort of thing. Tommy, no, I'm not really a big fan of that one. Yeah, I mean, I got no complaints about it. It's not a favourite like Who song for me. My favourite Who song is I Can't Explain. I mean, we're going way back to the beginning, I think, with that one. But I mean, it's okay. It's all right, but yeah, that's about as high praise as I can put on it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sorry, mate, I really liked it.
That's all I care about is that I like it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fuck everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah. Cheers.
Oh, that just means Jim's fitting in with the channel, mate.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what we're after. Right, well, fucking hell. Okay, we get to my number 5, and I'll tell you now, this is my song that I'm choosing to play all the way through. Now, what else can I say? Well, I can say, Jim, I apologise now. Let's play it.
was an angry young man, wasn't he?
There you go. So that was Nocturnus. The song was Empire of the Sands. It's from the album The Key, which I believe came out in '89.
Okay, I'll go. Not my genre at all. But what I can say is there's some very, very talented musicians there, and I don't include the singer really. But the guitarist and drummer, yeah, that's phenomenal.
Well, the drummer was also the vocalist, Mike Browning. He was the founding member of the band. But this album was considered the first progressive death metal album, and as far as I'm concerned, I think it's very easy to see why. I mean, the technical ability being shown in each of their songs, but especially in this, is just staggering. There's very little actual riffing. A lot of the time, they are playing very intricate, almost solos all the way through. And you've got time changes galore from the drumming and that. It's the description almost makes it sound like it's all over the place and it's a mess, but it fucking isn't. And the finishing touches, the keyboards really do add something to it.
Yeah, no, I can't take away the talent on display there at all.
No, see now, if you get someone that listens to music superficially, and I'm sure you know what I mean by that, when you start talking about Motorhead and Maiden and Saxon and Megadeth and that is what people think it is. Stuff played a million miles an hour with loads of stuff going on. But because I listen to metal and I listen to music properly, the layers on that are absolutely stunning. I mean, I'm not the greatest fan of the Angry Orc style singing, but I can tune it out and listen to it as another instrument. I mean, apart from hearing the word Empire a couple of times, I couldn't tell what the fuck he was going on about. So I treat it as another instrument rather than trying to strain not having a lyric sheet to follow, which didn't always help. I don't strain to hear it. So yeah, I mean, like you say, the keyboards added another dimension to that. I mean, I knew you was going to have one like death prog song on here, and I wasn't sure what it was going to be because you've mentioned quite a lot over the last few months, different bands like that, and sent me links. Yeah, that was blinding. That was.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, it's nigh on miraculous this lot ever actually got anything recorded, because the amount of infighting in this band, they made Kiss look like a friendly, like, oh yeah, we're all great mates. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's fucking ludicrous. In the end,
going, then?
Well... Yes and no. In the end, Mike Browning, who was he was the founding member. He formed the band. He got kicked out. So when the founding member of the band gets kicked out, you sort of think, yeah, things are all not going too well here. And what makes it worse is he was also the founding member of Morbid Angel, who are a death metal band I can't stand. And he got kicked out of them as well. So, when that happens to someone twice, you think, I get the impression he's probably not the easiest person to work with.
No, not at all. In fact, he probably comes under the banner of awkward cunt by the sound of it.
Well, I think he has mellowed over the years. I'll
take that back to prick.
He's now in the band Nocturnus AD, which comprises him and former members of Suffocation. Yeah, and Obituary. But yeah, they're doing okay now. It does seem like a fairly stable lineup. But yeah, this was the Nocturnus debut. The second album they released was Thresholds, and in that one they'd got a new singer in. So Mike Browning was just doing the drumming in that. very much against his wishes. I had. I remember I sent you at least one song from Thresholds, which I think you said you thought that was pretty good. But they've never really strayed from this sort of very let's say technical into progressive, very prominent use of keyboards. Their music, like lyric content, it's always like science fiction combined with the occult. So it's like the two big interests of the band members, really. So their stuff is a bit hit and miss. They haven't done an album where every song is great. There's always like a couple of stinkers. There certainly are on this album. And but yeah, when they get it right, oh, they fucking get it right. I remember seeing this lot live. They did a show in, I think it was about 92, it might have been 93, just after they'd released the Thresholds album. And they were doing a show at the Marquee. And I went there. I've never seen the place so empty. I reckon there was about 150 people there at most. Remember, the Marquee was never the biggest venue anyway. So when you're at the Marquee and it looks like it's like half empty, you realise it wasn't a particularly popular show. And yet they sounded fucking great. They're a great live band.
I've only ever seen one band at the Marquee, the main Marquee. Well, there is only one Marquee in there. It was the story that had two.
Yeah.
I saw Manowar at the Marquee, and I'll tell you what, you couldn't fucking move. It was so packed.
Fucking Man of War at the Marquee. I thought they'd be playing bigger venues than that.
No, they was at the Marquee. It was rammed out, and that was the night I met Wurzel from Motorhead. What a nice chap he was. Bless him.
Yeah, he was all right bloke, Wurzel.
He was outside. He was outside. I know this has got nothing to do with the video we're making, but he was outside after the gig, and he was arguing with some bloke selling cans of Coke, and I remember he was going £2 for a can of Coke. Are you some sort of cunt to this bloke selling it? And I just went, I went, all right, Wurzel, and he went, hello, mate, and that is it. But
that's as intimate as it got.
As intimate as it got. But yeah, it's like it's good. Like when you. I mean, I know it's a bit different with most metal bands because a lot of them are down to earth. But when you actually talk to someone from a band and they are just like you, and calling someone a cunt, that's so like me. It's untrue. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, that was interesting. I would imagine. I mean, I was expecting something like that sooner or later, but I would imagine that's quite a hard work album to do from start to finish if you're doing like 45 minutes. If it's not your usual genre.
Exactly. If it's not your usual thing, I'd say yeah. For me, no. I'm quite happy to listen to that album all the way through. No problem. But yeah, if death metal's not really a thing, then you might find it a bit heavy going. I mean, I would recommend it, but obviously you need to be a bit of a death metal fan first.
Yeah, I mean, I like quite a lot of death metal, so it's something that I'm willing. I mean, bloody hell, I did a Dark Throne video with you, so I mean,
yeah. I thought you were going to say something there, Jim.
Oh no, I remember the video.
Yes. Well, I mean, Dark Throne are a bit different to like your death metal stuff. Their first album was certainly a very technical death metal album. I think some people could even argue that that would come under progressive death. I don't think so. It's very technical, but it's not progressive. But this certainly is.
Oh, that was both. That was technical and progressive. What you played then.
Yeah,
definitely.
So there we are. So that was my number 5 then. Nocturnus with Empire of the Sands. So over to Chris, and it is time for your number 4.
Well, I was just looking at the list I've got on a different screen, so you can't see it obviously. this is the first time since my number 10 pick that I'm going back to the 1980s, which is really the decade I grew up in as a teenager and that. So it's been a while, so we're gonna have that lovely snare drum sound that you don't like, mate.
Oh, great.
Enjoy.
A new wind comes rising across the cities of the plain. There's no swimming in the heavy water, no singing in the acid rain. Red alert, red alert. It's so hard to stay together, passing through revolving doors. We need someone to talk to and someone to sweep the floors. Incomplete, incomplete. The world weighs on my shoulders, but what am I to do? You sometimes drive me crazy, but I worry about you. I know it makes no difference to what you're going through, but I see the tip of the iceberg, and I worry about you. Cruising under your radar, watching from satellites. Take a page from the red book and keep them in your sights. Red alert, red alert. Left and right's a passage, black and white's a youth. You can face the knowledge that the truth is not the truth. Obsolete, absolute, yeah. Oh. The world weighs on my shoulders, but what am I to do? You sometimes drive me crazy, but I worry about you. I know it makes no difference to what you're going through, but I see the tip of the iceberg, and I worry about you.
Well, don't try and tell me that's not fucking prog. Now, I wouldn't say that was their best song, but that is my favourite Rush song. That's Distant Early Warning from 1984's Grace Under Pressure, when they started chucking a few more synths into the mix, and they were prog enough already without giving loads of synthesizers. But it's still only the three of them, and when they play, I've seen them live a couple of times. When they play stuff like that live, when Geddy Lee plays the keyboard parts, there's some big pedals on the floor, and Alex Lifeson goes along playing his guitar, and while he's playing his guitar, he's pressing the foot pedal so he can carry on playing the bass, so Geddy Lee can do the keyboard parts. It's absolutely fucking amazing to watch. And apart from like intros and some of the synth pad work, they don't really use any backing tracks. Of course, Rush aren't a thing anymore since Neil Peart passed away a couple of years back, but I fucking love that track, and that is out and out 80s prog as far as I'm concerned. And
Oh,
I'll
absolutely.
fight you if you disagree.
So I think didn't Rush sort of basically retire before Neil Peart died?
Yeah,
I
but
think
they knew. Because,
exactly. Yeah, they knew what he was going through, and I think apparently he said to them that he was starting to struggle, and when he said that, the decision was made. Right, we'll call time on it rather than like
I mean, Neil Peart. I mean, how unlucky. I mean, you know, he is. I know you disagree because you've got your favourite drummer, but as far as I'm concerned, he's the finest drummer ever to sit on a drum stool. You know, and you had his. I think his wife died of cancer, and a year later, his daughter was killed in a car crash, and he fucked off on a motorbike for about a year and a half. And Rush didn't do any albums for, I think it was only about 3 or 4 years. And then he come back and he said, right, I'm ready to carry on. And they carried on through the end of the 90s. I think 96 they came back, or was it might have been 2001. I can't remember the dates exactly. And they carried on. I saw them twice. I saw them in 2004 and 2013. And yeah, I think 2013 was the last but one tour they did. And by that point, not only had he got the formations of brain cancer starting, he had carpal tunnel syndrome in his wrists, in his ankles. His knees were going. I mean, the guy, he didn't drum himself to death, but he didn't do himself any favours. But
no,
what a fucking monster! I don't think there has ever been a drummer as good as Neil Peart, and that's obviously that's just my opinion, but. Unbelievable! What an unbelievable band as well. I'm pretty sure that's not the last time we're going to hear him in this video.
I think we can safely say that is certainly the case. Incidentally, I think that the pedals thing that you were talking about there, so that Geddy Lee was able to continue, have the bass playing. Well, I think it was Rush themselves that invented that. I'm fairly sure, I remember hearing something. It was those guys who actually, created that thing. So, I mean, we're talking, they're not just, talented musicians, they are staggeringly talented musicians.
I mean,
but they've got it up here as well, yeah.
Yeah, I'd never heard Rush, other than a couple of songs. I knew Spirit of Radio, I knew Tom Sawyer.
Yeah, that's the two I knew.
I bought a record called Axe Attack Volume 2 because it had a Samson track with Bruce Dickinson singing. So I bought that when I first got into Maiden. And it had a Rush song on there called The Trees. And I listened to it. I thought it was all right, but I never really listened to them. And a guy called Phil I used to work with, who's a little bit older than me, we were talking about start going to gigs together because he likes a lot of the same music. And I mean, really a lot. It's really close, like me and you, that sort of close musically and what we like. And he said, do you want to go and see Rush? Well, I don't really know him. I said, I'll tell you what, get me a ticket. I'll go with you. We'll go and have a laugh, have a beer beforehand. If I don't like it, it's a live gig, innit? So I proceeded to get a few of their albums, and Phil lent me a few. And the first thing I looked up again was The Trees because I hadn't had a record player set up, so I couldn't play my vinyl. And I was like, oh yeah, this is really fucking good. And I played some other albums by them, and I was like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck have I been missing? And by the time I think it was we got the tickets about 8 months before the gig. By the time the gig come round, I was well versed in Rush and I fucking loved it.
I'm not sure what else I can add. Maybe I'll think of something a bit later on in the video. How about that?
I liked it. Haven't heard it for a while. But one particular, I'm going music technical, is their use of the on the rhythm guitar, using the delay and the chorus effects on it, which sounds fucking great in that song. And then it was that technique was ruined by Prince in Purple Rain, as you remember, that shimmery sort of guitar sound. But Rush really used it really well here. So yeah, it was a good choice of song, that.
Every time that song starts, I always think giant steps are what we take, walking on the moon. It really does remind me of that song.
What about the snare drum? Was it acceptable that time?
See, I don't like that 80s sounding snare drum, and I think, especially when you've got a drummer like Neil Peart, he deserves a better. Make it sound like a proper drum, because, I mean, this guy can drum. I mean, I would have him in my top 3 of like all-time greatest drummers. To say I've already said that I'd have Bill Bruford at number 1. I'd probably have Neil Peart at number 2. He doesn't need help from like the sort of synthesized drum sound. I know he did like using the old sort of like electronic drum pads as well as his like regular drum kit. I mean, the drum kit he played was fucking enormous, wasn't it?
Yeah, so much so that when he did his solo halfway through, the whole drum kit spun round, and he used to get up, turn around, and sit on another stool.
Yeah. So I mean, let's face it, bands like Rush, if it drum sounded like that, it's because they wanted to. They had the power to say to whatever record producer, no, we want it to sound like this, so do it. So obviously it worked for them, but yeah, I'm not keen on that like snare sound. That's the only complaint I would have about the drumming though, is the actual sound of the snare. Everything else, fucking yeah.
Well, there was 3 albums in the 80s. I think it was this, possibly Power Windows, and what's the other one? It's a red album cover with 3 dots in it. I can't remember the name of it offhand. Geddy Lee really wanted to go more synth, and there was a lot of arguments and to-ing and fro-ing between him and Alex Lifeson, because Alex Lifeson is a guitarist. He's like, no, I want to play guitar. We want solos. We want riffs. And they managed to come to an agreement, and you end up with stuff sounding like that. That's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Tom Sawyer earlier. For me, that's quite enough synth. It's a great song. It didn't need any more synth. So that amount in a song like that, that's fine. Doesn't I wouldn't have been saying go more with the synths. When you're a prog rock band, yeah, the rock part is the important bit. The synthesizers do add to it, and it adds a lot of sort of atmosphere and what have you. So they sound fantastic, and they're absolutely a great addition. But yeah, I would stick more towards the guitar orientated stuff rather than go for more synths.
Yeah, I mean, there's other bands that do that. So,
well, I mean, Van Halen, Jump. Probably like their most popular song as far as like record sales go. There's not a single fucking guitar in it. That's ridiculous. You don't want to go to that sort of level.
I quite like that song. It has got a solo. It has got a solo. Yeah, but I like Van Halen anyway. So I saw them live as well. They were fucking good live and all. Anyway, that's my number 4.
Yeah, okay, there we go. So, it was inevitable that Rush were going to appear, and don't be at all surprised if they appear again.
Yeah, they might appear again.
Right, Jim, over to you for your number 4.
Okay, well, I'd not really listened to anything by this band before, surprisingly, but I was listening to, this is actually not long before Christmas, a random Spotify 70s playlist, and this one came up, and I made a note of it, and then I really liked it and looked for some stuff about it, and yeah, very, very interesting.
All right, let's have some.
we do consider they mind it up, and in a pact between us, let's see as we go. And right there, emotion to fields in beds of honor, defending stand the marchers, soaring talons, peaceful lives will not deliver freedom. Right to we know, destroy oppression, the point to reaction, as leaders look to you, attacking the choose something else, throwing change to the floor.
I haven't got a clue what that was, mate, but I liked it.
Yeah, I have to say, yeah, I have no idea what that was, but within the first 10 seconds, it's like, well, nobody can fucking deny this is prog.
All right, well, that was Gates of Delirium by Yes from the 1974 album Relayer.
Okay, I've got that album and I didn't recognise the song. Fucking hell, that was very different to Yes that I'm familiar with.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I've written it down right. But yeah, it's supposed to be based on War and Peace, and
Probably not knowing Yes, it probably goes on for about as long as War and Peace as well.
yeah. But,
That one would be about 21 and a half minutes.
yeah, it's a long one. It's it's off Relayer. Yeah, definitely.
Hang on, I've got Relayer. Let's just quickly have a look. Here it is. Yeah, there's only 3 songs on the whole album. Yeah, so Gates of Delirium, yeah, nearly 22 minutes. The shortest song on that album is 9 minutes and 3 seconds.
I happened upon that by accident, total accident. Back in sort of end of November, early December, and I just put it in my favourite songs list. But from what we've heard, we've only heard the beginning. Very, very complicated, technically brilliant guitar work.
Oh yeah,
And the sort of meowy sound is done using turning the volume down on the guitar, playing the note, and flicking it up again.
yeah, exactly. Just like the introduction to Damage Incorporated that we had in the Metallica vid. That is. There's 2 absolute stalwarts of Yes's music. Very intricate guitaring and phenomenal keyboard playing. You are always going to get those with Yes. Well, the proper Yes, not the shit that was churning out like Owner of a Lonely Heart in, I think that was early 80s. Nah, not that bollocks.
No, I mean, this is another one. You listen to it all the way through. You'd be very hard to pick out. You can hear the different sections, and it's really, really hard to pick out the time signature they're using. And they're using like a 9/8 at one point. Yeah. So lots of time signature changes. Gets a bit heavier. Adds a few more synths. Goes a bit softer. So yeah. Fortunately, War and Peace is renowned for being an unreadable book. So I don't know how that interpreted into the song structure and the lyrics, but you know, who knows? I'm never going to read War and Peace.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, yeah, who knows? One other thing about Yes that is not so great is their lyrics. Yeah, you don't want to pay too much attention to their lyrics. They're never anything really special. So that's another case of treat the vocals like another instrument. Yeah, don't waste too much time trying to read anything in the lyrics. There's not a lot there.
No.
I don't really know that much about Yes, really. Is that the band Rick Wakeman was in for a while?
That's it, yeah.
So is that the one where the story of pissing in the bathtub comes from?
I'm not familiar with that one.
No.
They were recording. I don't know. It was Rick Wakeman. I don't know if I'm sure he said it was a Yes album, they needed some water sound effect or something. They couldn't get it right, and they ended up 4 of them pissing into an iron bath in a cellar and recording it, and that was how they got the water sound on it. So
That sounds like that could be Tales from Topographic Oceans, which was the last Yes album that Rick Wakeman did.
we can see why he left there if that's what he said.
Well, he left because he thought that album was too pretentious. Now, take a moment to sort of take in the staggering scale of that statement. This is Rick Wakeman saying this, leaving the band because they did an album too pretentious. Really? Did you see what he did when he was doing his Tales of King Arthur fucking albums? You know, Jesus Christ.
I do like Rick Wakeman though, as a person. You know, when I've seen him on Grumpy Old Men and programs like that,
and he just doesn't give a shit, does he? You know, he'll say it like it is, and I like people like that, and he's great.
I have listened to some. Yes, there's probably illegally full albums on YouTube you can listen to, and I have listened to a bit, but I know they are the epitome of prog rock, but I didn't know them well enough to be able to include anything. But the stuff I've heard, I have liked, pretentious or not.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of variation with Yes. Some of their stuff is a little more sort of like easily accessible. You know, you listen to it, and it's, unmistakably prog rock, but it's easier to get into. That one, say with that intro and all that there, it's not so like, it's not so you can easily sort of like dive straight in and be a huge fan of. It's a bit of a slow burner, which probably explains why I'm not that familiar with it, even though I have pretty much the entire Yes discography.
Yeah, and you own the album, but it does get better. As I say, I've never really been into Yes at all, and then I heard that, and I was like, I like this, really like this.
I can tell you one thing we definitely can agree on, though, Chris, is Owner of a Lowly Heart is utter bollocks.
It fucking is. But believe it or not, that era, they actually started doing worse. I don't know if you ever heard the song Love Will Find a Way. I mean, when I first heard that, I was like, okay, this is fucking really generic, sort of like corporate American rock. Who the fuck is this shit? And I saw it's by Yes. I was like, you're fucking joking. I mean, it only had one original member, but no. If you see Owner of a Lonely Heart is shit, and let's face it, it is. This is even worse.
Well, I think I have heard it. So, see, this is where I need brushing up on my musical knowledge. Isn't there an offshoot of Yes called Asia? Was that a load of members of Yes that started another band?
Because a lot of these sort of like splinter bands, shall we say, from Yes, it was always just like their surname. So you had like, Anderson, Wakeman, Howe, and then you had Anderson, Wakeman, Bruford, Howe, and it's like, well, hang on a minute, that is Yes. Why the fucking hell are you calling yourselves that? There was some argument or other with their record label or something, and they had copyrighted the name Yes the band, so even though it was the 4 original members, they couldn't use that name, so they just had their 4 surnames. I don't know about Asia, but you look at the logo and you look at their album artwork and you think, well, if it's not members of Yes, then they seem to be hell-bent on copying them a hell of a lot.
All right, well, I'm going to have a look and see Asia band and see what it says on the old Wikipedia.
I would have called myself No if I couldn't use Yes.
Not to be confused with Asia featuring John Payne. Right, hang on. English rock supergroup formed in London in 81. Members, associated acts is Yes, ELP, World Trade, Quango, King Crimson, and Asia featuring John Payne. Well,
they've named just about every sort of like, big, prog rock purist band there is.
They're like the travelling Wilburys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The prog version of Travelling Wilburys. What a description.
Right, it says here Asia began in early 1981 after the apparent ending of Yes and Emerson, Lake and Palmer, two of the founding bands of British progressive rock. After the breakup of King Crimson, various plans to form a supergroup had not been successful, including the abortive British Bulldog project with Bill Bruford and Rick Wakeman in 1976. So yeah, I'm going to stop now because the history and formation page on Wikipedia is about 8 miles long. So yeah, there's a lot of fucking about went on. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there we go. So that's it was as Jim's number 4. So I go on to my number 4. So this is prog metal. It's a smallish band from the UK. I think you two are. I think you'll be familiar with this lot. Let's hear it.
Into the abyss I fall, the eye of horrors. Into the eyes of the night, watching me go. Green is the cat's eye that glows in this temple. Enter the risen Osiris, risen again. Tell me why I had to be a power slave. I don't wanna die, I'm a god, why can't I live on? When the life giver dies, all around is laid waste. I'll live my last hour, I'm a slave to the power of When I was living this lie, fear was my game. People would worship and fall, drop to their knees. So bring me the blood and red wine for the one to succeed me. For he is a man and a god, and he will die too. Tell me why I had to be a power slave. I don't wanna die, I'm a god, why can't I live on? When the life giver dies, all around is laid waste. I'm in my last hour, I'm a slave to the power of
I'll let that go a bit longer just so you can hear a bit more of the proggy element of it instead of cutting it off for a change, which has given me an idea for in a minute that you're going to swear at me for, but there you go.
Okay, yeah, that sounds wonderful. Originally, I was not going to put on anything by Iron Maiden because we had covered them in the first video that we did, but I couldn't. There's no way I could have left this song out. For me, this is Iron Maiden's greatest progressive song. It's the second best song they've done, in my opinion, after Where Eagles Dare. I fucking love this song. It's nigh on flawless.
I don't know if I'd have called this one prog particularly. I know it's got a slower section in the middle. I'd say prog tendencies rather than out and out prog. But I'm not going to argue with you. Any chance to play Maiden, you know what I'm fucking like. I mean, just for a change, I'm not wearing a Maiden t-shirt, but I've got more Maiden t-shirts than I've got t-shirts by anyone else.
Yeah, well, we got a Maiden background in the video, so there you go. I mean, I will agree that the prog elements are a little bit tenuous, and I probably would have been better off choosing the song after this on the album, Rime of the Ancient Mariner, as prog, an Iron Maiden prog metal one. I couldn't not choose Power Slave. I just really love the song, and there's no denying this was Maiden's first foray into progressive metal.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, had you have picked Rime of the Ancient Mariner, although we wouldn't have got to the bit, that would have been the second appearance tonight of Richard Burton as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, I can't really add to that. It's a fucking excellent song. And I think it does have a lot of prog elements in it, especially with the Egyptian scales used for the guitars. And, yeah, I mean, I can't really add any more. Fucking love that song.
Yeah.
I love the whole album, as we've discussed previously.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, and like I said then, for me, the album is all about side two. Side one has its moments, but yeah, side two just totally dominates it. I got no problem with that. I think the album is great if I just listen to two songs on it,
Seeing as those two songs add up to about 22 minutes.
Yeah. But yeah, there we are. So, I mean, there isn't really a lot more we can say because, we covered this song in quite some depth in our Iron Maiden video, and yet we didn't actually play it. So at least now we have, we've got that done. Right, so yes, my number 4, the title track to Power Slave by Iron Maiden, which brings us on to Chris, number 3.
Right, now this is the one, I haven't done it on anything else tonight at all. This is the one I want you to fuck about with editing. I want to play the first minute and the last 2 minutes to illustrate how different a song could be, like a prog song can be, from how it starts to how it finishes. I also think this is one of the best album closing songs of all time. All you've got to do is play the first minute and fade it down and fade up the last 2 minutes. I mean, it's an easy edit. I'm not asking you to pick 4 bits and rearrange them. So, are you all right with that?
Yeah, I'll do that easy.
Right, okay. Here we go then.
Vodka intimate, an affair with isolation in a black heat cell. Extinguishing the fires in a private hell, provoking the heartache to renew the license of a bleeding heart poet in a fragile capsule, propping up the crust of the glitter conscience, wrapped in the christening shawl of a hangover, baptized in tears from the real, tears from the real. Piccadilly line, rat race, scuttling through the damp electric labyrinth. Sheep within the Walkman were the halo of distortion, oral contraceptive, aborting pregnant conversation. She hung herself around from the time-like gardens and the conscience bottles, safe and dry in my sea of troubles. 9 to 5 with suitable ties, cast adrift as their sideshow. Peep show, stereo hero, can be still beach. Drowning in the real.
Legacy of romance from a twilight world, the diary of a relative mystery gal.
A Vietnamese flower, a Dockland Union, a mistress of release from a magazine stars. Magdalene's contract, more than favors, the feeding hands of Western promise hold her by
The only thing that annoys me with that song is the fade out at the end, because they just start getting like a marching band, bum, 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 sort of drums going off, and the fucking thing fades out. That was.
I knew you were going to pick one of this lot at some point.
Of course I would. They're a neo prog band. It's in the title, neo progressive rock. That's what they come under. And if you ignore their pop songs, which are probably the worst songs they've done, they are a fucking brilliant band for the first 4 albums. The 5th one was all right, then they changed their musical style, and then I don't listen to them after that. But yeah, that was the title track to Fugazi from 1984 by Marillion, and that album is absolutely fantastic. No Kayleys, no Lavenders, just out and out synthesized prog rock album. And you should listen to it all the way through before you pass judgment on 3 minutes, Mr. Lucosa.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't rate what I heard there. I can tell you exactly why. It sounded very, very 80s. And yes, I know it was done in the 80s. But
Yeah,
when you got those lyrics with the stuttering as they were fading in, I was thinking in a minute he's going to go no 19. And then you had that very 80s sounding snare again. It's like, Jesus Christ, this is like 80s nightmares, all of them coming in at once. No, I didn't like what I heard. I gotta be honest.
I like it. It's
No.
one of my all-time favorites. In fact, I want that song played at my funeral. That's how much I like it.
And I know you are a big fan of Marillion. I've never liked them. To be honest, I think we mentioned this before in a video on the Mainmeister channel. My biggest problem with Marillion is the song Lavender, which I absolutely detest. And I don't really rate Fish as a singer.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Those are fucking big words.
Yeah, I
put Fish up there with fucking almost Bruce Dickinson and Michael Kiske when he was on form before his voice went in. Over the last 10 years, his voice has got worse. I rate Fish really highly. When you listen to some of the live stuff he done with Marillion, sort of like 82 to 84, he's got a soaring vocal.
Okay, I'm not familiar with anything by Marillion from that sort of era, but yeah, everything I have heard, I don't hear what it is about him that people think is great. It's just I'm just not getting it.
No, well, I know you don't like him. I knew it was going to be a contentious one, but as we've said all along, I'm not going to leave something out because you don't like it.
No, exactly.
That's
yeah,
tough shit.
Yeah, yeah. If you're going to do that, there's no point in doing these vids. So fucking bring it on. Like I keep saying, this is the sort of thing I want. Jim, how do you?
I'm going to sit on the fence with that song from what I've heard.
Definitely.
What a cop out.
No. I'll tell you exactly why, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do about it. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
On its own, yeah, musically it was okay. I've never rated Fish as a singer. He can get the notes, but he has a lot of power in his voice. And I've seen him live when he was playing as a guest singer in the SAS band, which was Spike Eggley, Queen's session keyboardist. But what I'd like to do is listen to the entire album in its entirety. I think with that one, and I've written it down, and that's the fourth one, homework album I've got to listen to. And maybe I'll get a better idea of what it was all about, because on its own, okay, it didn't hit me in the face and say, yeah, that's fucking good. But it wasn't bad either. I didn't think it was bad. So that's why I'm a bit sat on the fence, and I'd like to sort of listen to it more in the context of the album.
Well, that's a good reason. I mean, for me, I don't dislike Lavender and Kaylee as much as Chris does. I mean, they are very poppy. They wrote a pop album by accident. You know, when you read the story of that album, they just wrote a load of songs, and two of them ended up being very poppy, so they used them. But the rest of the album around them two, or Misplaced Childhood, is the same sort of stuff. It's like synthesized, like prog rock. And their first two albums, Fugazi, like the one that's from, and Script for a Jester's Tear, I mean, it wasn't included on the album. One of their B-sides is a song called Grendel, based on, you know, the Beowulf stuff. It's about 20 minutes long, you know, it's as prog as you like. But a lot of people, you know, rightly or wrongly, remember them for Kaylee and Lavender, because they were fucking massive in the 80s. They were
yeah.
You know, it's one of them things, really. So, yeah, if I can get one person to give it a try and see what they think of it, and you're going to do that, Jim, then that's great, because it's, you know, I'm going to give Yes more of a listen after what you've just played. So that's another thing I like about these videos. Is I'm going to get to try some things that I wouldn't have thought of necessarily.
Yeah, that is certainly a highlight of these videos, especially with these top tens. We get to hear stuff that ordinarily we may well have, like, you know, just not bothered with. So I mean, okay, this one isn't really a winner in my books, but yeah, we've had some tonight that has had me thinking, yeah, I want to hear more of that. So yeah, in that regards, it's certainly working. But yeah, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of Brilliant Night. That's never going to change. Let's face it.
Said that about Rush once. Anyway, moving on.
Actually, because with Rush, I was already familiar with Tom Sawyer and Spirit of the Radio, you know, the two everybody knows. And I did like them, but they didn't make me want to, you know, sort of rush out, and you know, and check more of their stuff. I liked what I heard, but not enough to go and go after anything else. Of course, that did change. Okay, so we are on to Jim's number 3.
Right, okay. This is a London-based, well, they were London-based when they started, British band. Probably may have heard of them. This is probably their second go at a prog on a concept album. So, yeah.
Let's have it. no arguments from me on that one.
Yeah, fantastic song, isn't it? Definitely be in my top 10 Maiden songs, that one. Mind you say second prog concept album, I'd say third. I think their second was Somewhere in Time.
Yeah. I think you could write there actually.
But
I'd say it's their second prog album, but because I don't think all of Power Slave was proggy. You know, the title track had prog elements, and Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner is out and out prog. But I think Somewhere in Time and Seventh Son, the entire albums were very proggy.
Yeah, wasn't it based on a book? I had it up here somewhere. Oh yeah, the
Seventh Son.
Got hard.
Okay, I mean, I always assumed it had something to do with vampirism. I think that's supposedly one of the things. Being the seventh son of a seventh son would mean that you were a vampire or something. That's all I really know about the supposed mythology behind that.
Oh, I just thought the seventh son of a seventh son, is pretty much what he says in the song: the power to heal, the gift of the second sight, and you're the chosen one, sort of thing, rather than being a vampire.
Yeah, I mean, it could well be that, like you say, and following the book. But I mean, my source for thinking that Seventh Son of a Seventh Son made you a vampire comes from Hammer horror films. So it's probably not the most accurate source I could have.
Oh, incidentally, going all the way back to the beginning of the video, it was Bruce Dickinson regarding Iron Maiden's Seventh Son of a Seventh Son that said, "Fuck, there goes a neighbourhood" to Operation Mindcrime by Queensryche. Because he thought it was that good. He thought this is going to outdo us. I don't think it did, but it's just that was Bruce Dickinson's take on it.
I mean, high praise coming from him of all people. Fucking hell.
Especially when we were bashing that album out. Seventh Son out.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the whole album's, I think, based on the same thing. I think if we read the book, we'd see the references to the Moonchild, the Clairvoyant, and all that sort of, everything that the other songs feature or themed round. But did you notice how nice the snare drum sounds for 1988?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think the production on this album and that drum sound, that is the best sound I've heard in any metal album. The drumming just sounds so good.
Yeah. I think that was Go on, mate. I was going to say that was the second album they done in their studios, the new studios, wasn't it? That they
I didn't know.
Yeah, that's why you got that nice sound in it that's sort of you didn't have in the earlier albums. But to me, I think that album was when they sounded production-wise the best.
Yeah, I would go along with that. Yeah.
I mean, my favourite Maiden sound is still Peace of Mind, but I mean, I'm not going to argue with you. I mean, this was the first metal album I actually bought rather than record off someone. I bought it in a record shop in Goldhawk Road in Shepherd's Bush. I think I might have said this when we did the Maiden video. Went across one side of the road to buy Atari ST games. I think we still had STs then, not Amigas. And then over the road, I think I paid $5 for this, brand new on tape. When it come out, and it was the first one I bought, and I've still got the original tape. I've still got all my original tapes. I've got loads of tapes and that over the years when we've moved about, but I've kept all the Maiden ones. I think I've got them all up to the Infinite Dream single. I think I bought them all in a couple of weekends, and yeah, the first one I bought was Seventh Son. What a fucking place to start!
Yeah,
but it got roasted in the press, didn't it? In the music press when it come out, because what they doing using synthesizers and all this.
Yeah, all the usual guff. I remember it did get a fairly lukewarm response. Fuck knows why. It's a fucking fine album.
The keyboards, they had a massive important layer to a lot of the songs, especially the title track. They're not overused. I don't
I think a lot of people were still stuck in the Iron Maiden are new age of British heavy metal, and therefore keyboards completely off limits. So it's like, why? Why are they? What's wrong with it? Just listen to how good this fucking album sounds, and then you try telling me that keyboards don't belong in metal. Fuck off.
No, not at all. Not when they're used like that. I mean, there's a lot heavier bands. I mean, I'm sure you've said you've not a fan in the past, Chris, but Fear Factory, they're a fucking brutally heavy band, and they use loads of keyboards and sound effects and sound pads and that underneath their music to really add another dimension to it, and it works. And while they're like playing, really heavy, down-tuned riffs over the top of it, it still sounds good, and it adds to it. And I've never heard anyone accusing them of, oh, you're not proper metal because you're playing keyboards. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah. Well, Emperor, every album they've done has featured keyboards. They are by far the heaviest good black metal band. Any industrial metal band you care to name has always had some sort of keyboards or synthesizer, even if it's like drum machines, always using them. Godflesh, one of the heaviest bands to have ever existed, right from the word go, always using a drum machine. Actually, they did for a very brief time actually have a drummer. Didn't work out. They went back to the drum machine again, So yeah.
Actually, to underline, sorry, Chris, to underline that point I was making with, say, Fear Factory, they done a cover of Gary Newman's Cars, and they replaced the synth bass with a guitar riff, still had the original riffs, and Gary Newman himself guested on the record and sung alternative verses. So
I've heard that version. It's fucking great. And after doing that, Gary Newman himself actually went more into that sort of direction. Yeah. It was a great move. And he's still fucking got it, Gary Newman. He's still doing some great stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, great choice there. Yeah, for Jim's number 3 there. Title track from Seventh Son of a Seventh Son by Iron Maiden. Which brings me on to my number 3. Now, when you were... Chris, when you were describing your number 3, I was sitting here thinking, fucking hell, he's chosen this. But no, I haven't chosen Marillion. But I will give a clue that will give it away certainly to you. One of us here certainly thinks this is prog. I don't, but I chose it because I'm not only interested to hear why someone here thinks it's prog, but it's a fucking great song as well. Let's hear it.
It is prog. mate. If it's good enough for Brian Walden, it's good enough for me.
So, I mean, for me, it is Southern States rock. As far as like the progressive element to it, well, when they play it live, it goes on for about half an hour. So there is that. But yeah,
No. And I'll tell you
Go on.
why.
Go on, Em.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, first of all, you've got keyboards layered under guitars in a very prog style. A lot of the stuff we've heard tonight has had that you've put up as well as everyone else.
Oh yeah.
You've got a clattering drum beat that's really fucking good, and that is rather than keeping a beat, it's like rolling throughout all the songs. We've had that from the Who, as well as other stuff. You've got a wandering bass, which is, even though it's playing the right notes, it's playing them up and down a pitch and all over the place. Very reminiscent of John Entwistle. If anything, it's Southern States prog rock, and that's why I think it's prog. It's got all the elements of prog, and I mean, how long is the song?
It's about about 6 minutes. Yeah.
It's of prog length. I mean, I think really you need to argue the fact why it ain't fucking prog rock. Jim, help me for fuck's sake.
It had a lot of prog elements to it. I can't argue with that at all. Good use of keyboards, not overly using them. Catchy tune as well. It was quite an accessible tune, wasn't it?
Great tune, yeah. Just in case there is those watching who are not familiar with it, that was Mountain, and it's the title track to the Nantucket Sleigh Ride album from 1971. Carry on.
Yeah, I mean, again, that song was new to me. It sounded a lot ahead of 1971. I would have put that to sort of late 70s. Just the structure of it and the actual production values in it.
It does have a very sort of archetypal 70s rock sound to it, which is absolutely fine by me, you know. I fucking love the song. It's one of the greatest sort of rock songs I've ever heard. But it just never strikes me as being like particularly progressive. I mean, I can't say there are no progressive elements in it at all. Yes, there are, but not enough for me to think of it as progressive. And if it is, it's a bit of a one-off. I mean, Mountain was certainly not a prog rock band. So,
I mean, even though that didn't make my list, to me that song. I know the rest of their song is the rest of their music is very southern rock, but for me that is almost archetypal prog rock. It's got everything a prog rock song should have in it, and not only that, it's the music to a Weekend World, a political program that used to be on Sundays in the UK. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but
no, I don't know.
Weekend World.
Yeah, I mean, what a contrast, you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that's one where we'll just have to agree to differ. I mean, it certainly sounds like the three of us all agree that this is a fucking great song. It really is. But
I agree to accept that you're wrong in this case, mate.
Okay, that's fucking good of you. Generosity like that, you know, it just cannot fail.
I mean, you know, it's that one day. It could be a kidney another day. Don't knock it, mate.
Okay. Well, I don't know about kidneys, but I'm probably going to need a new pancreas fairly soon. So, you know, I'll keep you posted.
Well, I'd love to, but I probably do still need my one.
Yeah, I haven't got
you don't need your one too much.
If I had two, mate, be sorted.
Okay, all right.
No, that is a classic. That's a great song.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that is one area where we certainly agree. So yeah, there we are. My number 3. Nantucket Sleigh Ride by Mountain. I'm assuming the song's about whaling. I mean, I don't actually know what the song's about, but
I thought it was a Christmas song. Shows what I know.
Okay, right. Moving swiftly on. So Chris, we get to your number 2.
Right, when I played the Meridian one, I said I wanted to play the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
I was only going to do that once, but the trouble is, we've already had my number 2. So, because we only had the beginning, I want to play the middle bit. So you're going to have to edit around that as well. So that way we still get 3 minutes of the song that's completely different to the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, actually, that works. I'll just take a 6-minute edit and then cut it in the middle. So, yeah, no problem.
Righto. Here we go. You've heard this one before, and I know we all like it. Hopefully that will illustrate to anyone watching that doesn't really know about prog metal how a prog metal song can work. So if you listen to like the beginning part, which was Jim's last section, and that's the bit that directly follows it onwards, after about 4 or 5 minutes, and you got that really synthed out section with those beautiful echoing guitars after Bruce has done the spoken part. Yeah. And then it goes back into, we were a new wave of British heavy metal band, fucking have this. And it all kicks off again into, standard heavy metal.
Yeah, well, I mean, we all use keyboards. We will use keyboards. We're not fucking Kraftwerk.
Yeah.
Not that there's anything bad with Kraftwerk, but...
No, they're a synth pop band.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Out and out synths,
I mean, that was interesting, because that was my first, I mean, what a first gig to go to. Fucking Iron Maiden on the Seventh Son tour. But
yeah,
you know, when that part happens, you know, obviously you got the part of the stage rises up, and you got Michael Kenny dressed up as like the Phantom of the Opera, like the Count, comes out the stage and does the keyboard part. So when anyone says, oh, you know, Iron Maiden have never been a 6-piece band, or they weren't a 6-piece band until Brave New World. They were a 6-piece band on that tour because they had a keyboardist come out and play rather than use a backing track.
yeah, best way to do it.
Yeah, although saying that, they were a 6-piece band of their current lineup at Donington when they got Adrian Smith to come on stage to do Running Free. So it has been done before.
Yeah, actually, interesting you mentioned the 6-piece bands. Judas Priest live track that I sent you to the other day, I didn't realise they were a 6-piece band. I didn't know they had 3 guitarists and the bassist.
They do sometimes. What happened with Judas Priest? KK Downing decided to retire, and they were all going to call it a day. But there was they hired Richie Faulkner, I think his name is. He's quite a bit younger. Oh, he's just had a fucking major heart surgery. He's quite a bit younger, and he said, "Well, we could do more stuff." And it's sort of given KK down in the ump, but they decided to carry on. And Glenn Tipton, the other guitarist, has got Parkinson's, I believe, so he can't tour heavily anymore. So they kind of wheel him out occasionally, or that's a bit unfair. He comes out occasionally to play the ones that he knows really well, and they've got Andy Sneap, who used to be in Sabbath, who's now a big time sort of metal producer. He's playing live with them. So I think what that video was, Andy Sneap and Richie Faulkner on guitar, and they got Glenn Tipton out to join in. So that's where that comes from on that. And obviously I'm a bit more up on Judas Priest than you are, Chris, because I know you're not really a fan. But
although I thought that was a fucking great live track, that was Gods of Metal.
Priest are fucking great live. I mean, I've seen them a couple of times. When they do Hell Bent for Leather, the whole stage goes dark. All of a sudden, there's these, and they are fucking loud sound of a revving motorbike. And Rob Alford comes out on this big shiny Harley Davidson, and it's like it's one of them things you have to experience to really appreciate the noise of it. And then he goes whoa, 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 and then it bursts into Hell Bent for Leather, which, you know, in retrospect was probably the giveaway to start with. But that's the thing. I've seen it said that metal bands metal fans are really intolerant and this, that, and the other. And it's like, no, you know, when Rob Alford come out as gay, most of us were like, he's coming out. Didn't he do that 20 years ago? We already know, Rob. You gave it away with what you wear and the way you act. No one cares. Sing your songs. We don't care whether you're gay or not. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to what you're doing. So, yeah, it's really weird when people say that people like me are intolerant. It's like, no, I don't care whether you're black, gay, or whatever. Just play music I like. That's all I'm there. I'm there for the music.
Weren't Halloween a 7-piece band on their last Pumpkins United tour?
That's true, yeah. I mean, it must be something like that.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. I mean, they had just about every previous member has returned, and it's no longer a one-off, isn't it? I think they are now. I mean, they recorded their last album as a fucking 7-piece, didn't they?
Yeah. Yes, like I said in the Halloween video, you know, the only reason Ingo Svitchenberg weren't there is because he's no
killed
longer
himself.
with us. He killed himself in the 90s, but his drum kit was there, so they played his drum kit on the album so he could be part of the reunion in spirit, which I think is that's actually a wonderful thing to do for an ex-bandmate who's not with you anymore. I mean, short of bringing his ashes on stage, I suppose. That might be taking it a bit too far.
Yeah. Be able to mic them up.
Yeah. Don't say a lot, don't we? That's my number 2 choice. Same as Jim's number 3. Iron Maiden title track to Seventh Son of the Seventh Son from 1988.
Yep. Another fine choice. Yeah. Right. So back to Jim. And it is your number 2.
Right, okay, well, yes. I got a mixtape off a friend of mine back when we did mixtapes for each other, and there was 2 tracks on there that I really fucking loved. I'd not really heard them before. I wasn't overly into the bands. This is one of the tracks, and we've heard the band. No doubt one of you will have this. Hit it.
There was a reason not to stop a track.
We've just done it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, what can I say? I really like the narrative of this as well. The dystopian future. No one's allowed to have any artistic creativity. Then some bloke finds a battered old guitar, starts playing it, and then gets smashed up in front of him by the priests of Sirens. And then what happens? I think he kills himself, and then their Solar Federation gets taken over.
Yeah. It is, when you consider this is a 20-minute long song.
It's the size of a record.
Well, yeah, and yeah, it has quite a sudden ending. Not that I think the ending is bad. There is nothing even remotely bad about this song at all. But you do sort of think they could have carried on for another sort of like 5 or 10 minutes with this thing if they'd wanted to. But I'll emphasise they could have. I'm glad they didn't. I think they got the duration of it spot on.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Because it's 20 minutes and 23 seconds. Saying it should have been 21.
21:12. Yeah.
That's what they should have done. They missed the trick there. I'll tell you what. If I was OCD, this song would drive me to distraction for that reason.
Well, for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, this is 21:12 by Rush.
Yeah.
1976, I believe.
Yeah, same age as me. So, and
God,
what a
you
song!
youngster.
What a fucking song!
I'm trying to think how much I can say about. Oh, fuck it. I mean, I can give away. Yeah, this is my number one. We are going to be hearing more of this. As far as I am concerned, this is prog rock perfection. It's not a term I use lightly, but it fucking well is. And this is a song that I had really completely ignored for a long time. And it was it about a year ago, 18 months ago, something like that?
I think it was when it was not that long after we done the first few videos with Alan. And then we'd started playing Elite, because although I'd been watching your channel for a number of years, I didn't know you at all until that first Sid video we done. And we kind of realised we had a lot of the same interests, so we started chatting on Facebook Messenger and sending each other songs. And I said, what do you think of Rush? You was like, well, you know, I've heard Spirit Radio and Tom Sawyer, all right. I went, what about 21:12? Never heard it. I went, hold on to your fucking hat, or something like that. Yeah. And he said, I'll listen to that tomorrow, because it's getting a bit late now. It's about 5 o'clock in the morning. And I just got I can't remember what you said, but it was the equivalent of about a page full of exclamation marks after we'd heard it.
Yeah, because I tried to write it as if, you know, so you were never too sure, but I think you must have known probably the moment you sent me the link. It was like, okay, so I've heard it, so what do I think? Well, I have to say, next line, yeah, in fucking block capitals, fucking monumentally good. You know, this is the song. If you're trying to, you know, explain to someone how progressive rock should sound, just give up trying to, you know, describe it. Just play them this, because this is it. You know, prog rock does not get better than this.
Yeah, I mean, even though, you know, I introduced Chris to it, and, you know, my mate Phil introduced me to Rush, really. It's not on my list. Even though I've had a Rush song, I think that I'm the same as you, Chris. I think this is the best prog rock song, you know, verging on prog metal, that has ever been committed to tape. It's not my favourite Rush song. My favourite Rush song is actually Distant Early Warning, the one I played earlier, because there's just something about that song I really like. But if you was to say to me what Rush's best song is, as opposed to my favourite, hands down 21:12, and the best prog rock song is this, and my one I've picked for number one, sort of vying for first place. I'd be hard picked to choose between the two of them. But
that's the trouble I've got.
So I'd say, yeah, it's the both of them. So,
for me, this runs away with it. But up until that point, when you sent me the link to this, I did have what is now going to be my number two, which we'll be hearing in a bit. That was for me nailed on, like, you know, the greatest prog rock song. I'm never going to hear better. Then this came along and just fucking blew it away. Yeah.
See, it's what Jim was saying about the dystopian future. Now, a lot of the lyrics that are very sort of futuristic and science fiction based, that was all down to Neil Peart, because Rush's first album that had John Rutsey on drums, that's a very more sort of blues rock stroke proto metal album. It's got more in common with Led Zeppelin than it has with 21:12. But when Neil Peart come in, they started expanding the things they were writing about, and it's that kind of writing which is something I really like about Coheed and Cambria with the Armory Wars story. Is there's always a sort of futuristic sort of lilt to it, and the story kind of, even though Coheed are doing it over a series of albums, because there's a series of comic books. That's what I liked about Rush. In following albums like Hemispheres, you've got things like Cygnus X1. That's another sort of like 12-minute fucking science fiction epic, but that one hasn't even got any lyrics. That's an instrumental, and that's what I like about Rush. It's the same thing. You've got these long tracks that tell a story, but you can dive in anywhere. You don't need to know what's going on. Well, you can't really do it with 2112 because it's one big track, even though it's split into like 7 parts.
Yeah.
On a CD, my CD of 2112, the first track is 20 minutes long. It's not split into 7 bits. They've called, I suppose, in a film it'd be like the different acts, and that's what I like about this sort of stuff. I like that's what I like about Hawkwind as well. It's that sort of weird science fiction thing that's going on underneath it all, and I do like that with progressive music.
Yeah, science fiction absolutely lends itself perfectly to progressive rock. I don't think it's coincidence that so many of like the best prog rock songs have either a science fiction or a fantasy sort of story within the lyrics there. The two combine, prog rock and sci-fi, they combine so well. It helps, I think, if you are a sci-fi fan, which I know the three of us are. So if you're a fan of that, then you've got to. Well, if you're a sci-fi fan and you're a rock fan, then progressive rock is tailor-made for you.
I'd point you at this point to the album cover of Somewhere in Time by Iron Maiden.
Well, there you go. Oh, fucking hell.
How many references? And Blade Runner? It's all there, isn't it?
Yeah. I really think that, that Somewhere in Time, that really is Derek Riggs' masterpiece. He just pulled out all the stops.
He didn't enjoy it though, did he? Because there's a backwards message in one of the windows. It's you have to, you can either work out what it is or look at it in a mirror. It says this painting is really boring or something across one of the streamers inside the shops.
That must be a sarcastic thing, surely.
If he's not proud of that work, I don't know what
It's an Easter egg.
It's an Easter egg, but yeah, it does say this is a really boring painting or something. I'm pretty sure it's backwards if memory serves me well. So
no way.
But, before we sort of move on, just one thing we haven't mentioned about that song is how technically brilliant it is, the way they've executed the timing with the guitars and the drums, even in the first 3 minute section, with that strange drum beat and the guitar matching it exactly to the microsecond.
Yeah, I love that sound they put on the guitar, and I think it's about like a couple of minutes into it. That I don't know if it's a phaser effect or something they put it on, but it gives it that real like science fiction sort of sound to it. It sounds so good. I don't know if they recorded this all in one go. I can well believe though that they had the playing ability to do it in one shot.
Well,
that would have been a fucking.
The 2 times I saw them live, they played 2112, but they only ever do the overture and the priest of the Syrinx parts 1 and 2. But there is I don't know if I've got it on DVD or if I've just got it on a computer somewhere, but I know it's on YouTube. There is a black and white video of Rush in 1976 playing the whole thing live. So they could do it. They could certainly do it. I mean, a lot of these bands can do it. I mean, I know Maiden have played Rime of the Ancient Mariner. It's not quite as long. They've played that live. Not a band I thought I'd be bringing up twice in a prog rock video, but Manowar played Achilles, The Agony and Ecstasy in 8 parts. That's 29 minutes long. When I saw them live in 94, they played the whole fucking thing from start to finish live. So yeah, a lot of these bands can do it. It's just in the studio, it's easier to have a fag break and a tea break in it and overlay the tracks than knacker yourself out and become sick of it. Because I mean, if you cock it up 18 minutes in, You've got to start all over again. You do that 3 or 4 times, you're going to start getting the hump with it. Isn't you? So, I don't know how they recorded it, but they could do the whole thing if they wanted to. You've got 3 masters of their craft. Geddy Lee's bass playing is something else. Alec Lyson's guitar playing is something else. And we've already spoke about Neil Peart. There's nothing more to be said. I mean, the man was a genius.
Yeah, I don't have a single bad word to say about the song in its entirety. As I say, it's prog rock perfection as far as I'm concerned.
Well, there's a guy that comes to the martial arts club I belong to. He's I don't really know him. He's only come a couple of times. He's like he's an instructor. I was wearing the tour T-shirt from the 2013 tour I went on, and he went, "Oh, Rush." He goes, "I love Rush." I went, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, I'm quite a fan of Rush." And he goes, "Well, there's fans." He goes, "And then there's me." And the guy's name's Mitch. And I went, "Really, you like Rush that much?" And I said, "I'm not going to knock you for it. I think Rush are brilliant. They're one of my favourite bands." And he turned around, took his top off, and he has got the Starman from 2112, the size of his back. I think I showed you a picture, Chris, of this guy's tattoo, and he's got all of the album covers worked into the star. I won't put it public because it's not mine to share, but I will show you a picture later on, Jim, of this guy's Rush tattoo. Because obviously I'm not going to show the guy's back without his permission, and plus he's got about 7 black belts and could kick the shit out of me if he wanted to. So, there's reasons there. No, he's actually a really nice fella. But yeah, he is an out and out Rush fan. He literally his entire back is dedicated to Rush.
Nice.
So yeah, I'll show you that later, mate.
Yep. Well, there we are. Jim's number 2. The one and only Rush 2112, and as I've already said, we'll be coming back to it again. But in the meantime, yes. Right, so we have my number 2. Now, like I was saying, about a year ago, or maybe like 18 months ago, however long it was, this would have been like my nailed-on number 1. It's a band we've already heard before. Let's give it a whirl.
there's no arguments about the progginess of that one.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
So that was Yes, and that was Roundabout from the album Fragile, which came out in 1971. Now you got like great drumming, great keyboard playing.
It's the bass. It's the bass.
But it's the bass. Absolutely. So it's Chris Squire on bass, and that is just staggering bass playing. It really is.
Isn't that the same Chris Squire that wrote Owner of a Lonely Heart?
I don't think so. I don't think he was in Yes when they did that.
Well, I was going to say, because that is as far away as you can get from a song like that. I mean, I know we've said how rubbish it is. We don't need to go over that again. But that bass playing, that's the thing that struck me about that, which is something I'm going to come back to later on when we do my last one. So
okay.
I like the sound they've used on the bass. I think they've slightly overdriven it as well, slightly distorted it, which kick out, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. You can certainly hear a slight distortion there, and I think they deliberately made it much more prominent in the mix for that song as well. They've effectively turned it into like one of the main, if not the main instrument of the song, because it's certainly far more prominent than the acoustic guitar, and it stays acoustic, I think, all the way through. I don't think they use electric guitar in this song.
I'll tell you what, I'm wondering, because I know they were an influence on a young Steve Harris. I'm wondering if it was that sound that led him to leave his plinky plonky bass sound that he uses, that you can really hear. I mean, I know that much like Seventh Son, I reckon that song's better on headphones than it is just through stereo speakers, because it's pumped straight into your head like that. I'm intended on getting myself some Yes, so I can investigate a bit more the early stuff, but I'm wondering if that's going to sound as good through speakers as it does through my headphones.
If you've got, I know you've got a pretty decent set of surround sound speakers with a really good subwoofer. So with that sort of setup, I think it will. But if you've not got like a great, really sort of like meaty bass set of speakers, then headphones every time for that song.
I'll tell you what, I haven't actually got a separate subwoofer other than in my arcade machine, because my speakers on my amp, I've got a surround sound amp. There's speakers that I got with a Sony MIDI system like 25 years ago, but what they have got is they've got two bass speakers inverted in the bottom, so it's got normal bass speakers and it's got these two inverted ones that act like subs. That's why my stuff sounds so bassy downstairs. Four bass speakers.
Are they active speakers?
No, they're just wired like normal. They're not like extra electric.
But well, it certainly sounds like they will be more than okay.
I would imagine so.
They're getting a sub for mine soon, because I've got the old Amazon Echo Studios, two of them as a pair. They sound they sound fucking amazing, but it's just missing a little bit more bass. So they Amazon do a separate subwoofer as well. There's all wireless. And I'll put that song on when I get it.
Oh yeah, that's once you've got like a really hefty bass set up, this is definitely a song that you want to be playing. Later on, there's quite a. Oh God!
I was going to say, while we're just doing speaker porn, not tonight because it's going to be too late, but tomorrow because I've got that song here to play it. I'm going to try that up here, because this room I'm in, my computer room, I've got a 1980s, I think it's 80s. It's either late 70s or early 80s Sansui amplifier, which is about 400 watts, and I've got a set of mid-size. So they're only about sort of like 18 inches high tops, if that, set of Wolfdales on the floor underneath my desk. And I noticed the difference when I was recording those SIDs recently of how bassy them speakers sound compared to my headphones. So that's a fucking good amplifier. I've had it donkey's years. I wouldn't get rid of it. Even if it broke, I'd get it fixed. It sounds so lovely.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway,
No,
carry on.
what I was going to say later on, there's quite a tempo change. If you think the bass is prominent in the part you've heard, wait till that bit comes along. Yeah, it is just such a great song, and it's a real sort of showcase for Chris Squire's bass playing. He's if I was putting together like the ultimate like prog rock band, I mean his name for bass, he'd be the first name I'd put on the list. I would even put him ahead of Geddy Lee, which is quite a claim.
Oh, blimey! I don't know. What would I do if you was picking your ultimate? I think that's something we should do once we've had all our number ones. I think we should have a stab at picking each of our ultimate prog band or a band that you'd like to hear playing prog. Because I've
got some pretty good ideas for that. Yeah, okay. I'm all in favour of that.
It might add 20 minutes to the video, but fuck me, we're in it for 5 hours already. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what's the extra 20 minutes on top of that?
And my next song is about just shy of 6 minutes, and it's the one I'm playing all the way through.
I was going to say, yeah, you two have not had the songs that you've chosen to play all the way through, so clearly it's going to be your two number ones. So
it won't be my number one. I might have to revisit an older one for the way through. Mine are too bloody long.
Okay.
Well, I suppose we can do 6.5 minutes of your number one.
Yeah, you go. Have something like that. Yeah, that'll work. Right, well, since we are on the subject of number ones, Chris, let's have it then.
Right, well, I suppose in his number one, I better talk it up a bit. Again, it's going to be contentious, although this time it's not something that could be considered metal. We were talking about sci-fi earlier on, and I think that kind of fits. And we were just talking about bass, so if you like bass, this...
And
Sorry.
right, okay, yeah, we had a big old bout of lag there.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right, I think we are all back. Yeah, we're okay.
Right, what I was saying while that was going on was where did you lose me?
You were just talking about bass.
Bass.
You just started talking about that, yeah.
Yeah. So if you like bass, this is a song for you. I don't know if either of you know what it is, if you've even heard this song before, if you even like the band, but it's my number one prog song, and that's all that matters to me, I suppose.
Let's hear it. Well, I gotta say, right, you know, I'm really not a big Pink Floyd fan at all, but there is one exception, and you've just played it.
That is One of These Days from 1971 from the album Medal by Pink Floyd. Now, the rest of the album, there's 3 or 4 acoustic, sort of noodly sort of tracks, and then there's a 23-minute track, Echoes, at the end, which is brilliant. Now, I am a big Pink Floyd fan, as you know, but that is literally before Dark Side of the Moon, and you know, Pink Floyd went fucking supersonic with everything. That is literally Roger Waters, David Gilmour, Richard Wright, and Nick Mason just doing what they did best once all the 60s got out of the way. As far as I'm concerned, Pink Floyd aren't a prog rock band. They do some proggy songs, but that is the only song that I think is prog rock equal to 2112, and that's quite a big statement, I realise, but for me, it is. I rest my case, my lad.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I haven't heard that one for a while. In fact, I think I've only ever heard it once. But that would benefit from a really good stereo or really good headphones. And
Yeah.
I was thinking, how do they make the bass sound like that? You know, about a minute in, and I think it's reversed. He's been plucking it, and they reversed the tape.
I don't think they do, because it's actually, there's 2 bass lines going on. When they play, I've seen this song live about 6 times, none of which were Pink Floyd. They were all tribute bands,
Okay.
and they seem to be able to play it live with just the one bassist, but using, I think he uses like the top 2 strings, but it's the way where he puts his fingers. It's like he's playing the same 2 notes, but on a different string.
A
So
different
obviously,
octave.
Yeah, so you make the
Okay.
top string a higher note, so it matches the middle string, almost like when you're tuning up a guitar and you tune to the strings. I think it's done like that. I don't know, but it's that is probably the best loose cover version of the Doctor Who theme tune you are ever going to hear.
First time I heard that song was, oh dear, I must have only been like about 6 or 7. I think it was used in some like science program. It may have even have been like a science fiction thing or something. And then for quite a while. I used to hear it all over the place. It's one of those pieces of music that sort of like has been picked up and has been used in like a science fiction context quite often. And I never knew who it was by. And then, God, we're probably talking like 10, 15 years ago. I just happened to be flicking through the telly and there was a Pink Floyd concert on. Okay, I wasn't all that fussed. But before I changed the channel, they started playing this. And I was like, fuck it, I lost. I know who it's by. You know, I never thought for 1 minute it was going to be by Pink Floyd. So, yeah, I was well pleased to finally find out who it was by. And hearing it played live, yeah, it sounded fucking great.
I mean, I've only ever heard that song. I got into Pink Floyd, must have been about 1990. I had a friend called Warren Toby, who's another one who's no longer with us. He went under a train up your neck of the woods. I'm not going to go into details of that, except I didn't believe the suicide verdict. Let's put it that way. He was quite into Pink Floyd, and he was a fucking good guitarist. I dare say you both know the song "Shine On You, Crazy Diamond." Well, he could note match and play along with the lead intro to that, which is about 5 to 7 minutes of Dave Gilmour, and he could play along to that, and it kind of got me into Pink Floyd. And it's just that song. You know how much I like Doctor Who anyway, and it is a riff on the Doctor Who theme tune, you know, and the only spoken line in it is, "One of these days I'm going to cut you into little pieces," and I always assumed that meant teleportation and stuff like that. So that's me science fiction thing. And it's another one of them songs when someone says prog rock, I think of One of These Days by Pink Floyd, even though they're not really they're a rock band. They were a psychedelic band and they became a rock band, but there's a few songs of theirs that are decidedly prog, and that's one of them. And that's the one I thought, well, it's my favourite one, and it's handy that it fits within the 6.5 minutes sort of like, don't go any longer than that with it. So
yeah, I've always considered it, ever since I found out it was Pink Floyd, I've always thought it sounds like it was their last sort of like throw of the psychedelic era before they then went on to like the more sort of rocky side.
I don't know. I think the album before, Atom Heart Mother, the one with a cow on the front, that's more of the last of the the last of the psychedelia, because Syd Barrett had gone mad and sort of like been sort of left because he drugged himself to insanity, and then they started getting away from that. And on that album, the actual title track, it sounds more like Pink Floyd would sound. And then this album, it's the song Echoes that's got that. This album hasn't really got any psychedelic stuff on it. The other stuff on the album is like more acoustic sort of songs. The only weird one on there really is the song called Seamus that's got one of those there's that breed of dogs that howls along to music if you train them. It's got a dog howling on it, and that's the closest they come to psychedelia on that album.
What was it? What was the song they'd done before that? It was an acoustic guitar, and you could hear it outside. You could hear birds chirping and all that, and then it ended with a fly being swatted really suddenly. I think it's called Grantchester Meadows.
Oh, it might be. It might be. Yeah,
I don't know the band that well. I wouldn't know.
That was one of my favourites.
And of course, Christmas 1979, we had The Wall at number 1. So all us little 7-year-olds were running around the playground shouting, "We don't need no education." Teachers loved that.
Oh yeah, isn't they just? Yeah, I remember that.
That's one of the best Christmas number 1s of my childhood.
That rather freaky video. I mean, you must have seen The Wall. That is one fucked up film, I think.
Yeah, it is a very fucked up film. Yeah, that's my number 1 pick. I mean, that was I knew you were doing 2112, and I thought, well, that kind of, which is good really, because otherwise all three of us would have had the same song. We could have played it all then.
Yeah.
But and I thought, well, I wanted to do the other Rush song, and I thought, well, my favourite song that I consider prog rock is One of These Days. So there it is. I've played it now. It's done.
Yep, there we go. So, yep, you're number one. And even though I'm not a Pink Floyd fan, that is one song I do really like. So, yeah.
Have I managed to
choice.
get mine? Have I managed to get my number one as an actual prog rock song? All the contentious ones I've had today. Good musicianship, weird time changes.
Yeah, I mean, it's got it all there, hasn't it? Right down to the science fiction, content. Yeah, you got to say it, isn't you? Yeah, yeah, we'll give you that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Brilliant. I can sleep tonight.
yeah. Right, we move on to Jim's number one.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, this is the other one off of the mixtape, and I couldn't decide between this and 2112. This is a multi-section song from probably one of the original British prog rock bands. We've had them on already, but we'll have them again.
Walking across the sitting room, I turn the television off. Sitting beside you, I look into your eyes as the sound of motor cars fades in the night time. I swear I saw your face change. It didn't seem quite right, and it's hello, babe, with your guardian hair so blue. Hey, my baby, don't you know our love is true? Coming closer with our eyes, a distance falls around our bodies. Out in the garden, the moon seems very bright. 6 saintly shrouded men move across the lawn slowly. The 7th walks in front with a cross held high in hand, and it's hey babe, your supper's waiting for you. Hey my baby, don't you know our love is true? I've been so far from here, far from your warm arms. It's good to feel you again. It's been a long, long time. Isn't it? farmer who looks after the farm. With water clear, he cares for his harvest. I know a fireman who looks after the farm. Can't you see his food? Yes, he's here again. Can't you see his food you owe? Sharing his peace, sign release. He's a supersonic scientist. He's a guaranteed eternal sanctuary man. Look into my mouth, he cried. And all the children lost on many paths. I bet my life you'll walk inside, hand in hand, land in land, with a spoonful of miracles. He's a guaranteed eternal sanctuary. Wearing feelings on our faces, what our faces took a rest. We walked across the fields to see the children of the West. We saw a host of dark-skinned warriors standing still below the ground.
Well, at least you got to hear some of the time changes in that one, mate.
Yeah, it's it took me. I remember originally it took me a few listens to get into it. Especially his lyrics were absolute gibberish. I mean, you can't hear a lot of the ones, but some of the lyrics are Winston Churchill dresses in drag. Oh, what a drag! Things like that. So it's. I mean, the original concept of this song was him and his wife had a mate over. And they were probably having a few sugar cubes each, and his wife claimed she saw the devil, and his mate had to help talk her out of it and everything, and she saw this this eternal hell stuff, and that basically he turned that, probably with the help of some more sugar cubes, into this 20-odd minute song with about 7 sections in it.
Yeah, I must admit I was not expecting this to be a number one. I can't say I'm a fan of it, largely because the lyrics really irritate me. he really is spouting absolute verbal diarrhea, and yeah, I can put up with it when it's in, like, you know, a fairly short song like I Know What I Like, which we had right at the start. But when it's, you know, an epic, you know, 20-minute plus one, no, it's too much. I really wish he hadn't, you know, or at least reined it in a bit, but no, he was going all out for it, wasn't he?
As Panther said, I mean, I tuned out his lyrics a long time ago, and I like the sound of his voice as an instrument.
Yeah, and with this song, I would consider that essential. You've got to try and tune them out. Like I was saying earlier, with prog rock, a lot of the time, the lyrics, you don't want to pay too much attention to it. With some bands in particular, Genesis and Yes are another one. You know, their songs are great, but don't pay any attention to the lyrics. They're terrible.
What year was that one?
That was 1972 off the Foxtrot album. It's called Supper's Ready. It does get going quite well, and Phil actually does bash the drums around nice, and you can hear him singing the upper harmonies, the octave higher singing as well, in some of it. And I think musically, I think it's really, really clever. I mean, it darts about a bit, but they've got one section, it's just piano chords, but they've tweaked them about and all that, and for 1972, it actually sounds a bit futuristic.
I mean, it ticks so many of the prog boxes. It absolutely ticks the experimental side of it. So, I mean, there is absolutely no question this is prog rock. It's probably, like, you know, the purest example of prog rock I think we've had all night. It's quite an acquired taste, even among, you know, prog rock songs. It's not one that I could say I'm a huge fan of, I must admit.
I do like it. It's been a long while since I've heard that. And I didn't know the story behind it, and I've never really listened to it enough to learn the lyrics. So I was just listening to it as music. I didn't really pay attention to what he was saying. So
that's the best way to listen to it.
Yeah, but the thing is, now we've said all this, the next time I listen to that, I'm going to pay attention to the lyrics, and I think, what a load of bollocks.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. It's for me, it was the music. I used to play it very, very loud on a Sony hi-fi system I had, and yeah. It's thoroughly enjoyable.
Musically, it was really good, but you know, like Chris said, it ticks all the boxes right down to the batshit crazy words. So
there's very little doubt that certain substances were necessary for the creation of this one.
Yeah, and I think to enjoy the lyrics, you'd have to partake in those. But, lyrics aside, I think it's a fantastic song.
Yeah, well, I'd say it really is a surprise. I never thought this was going to be your number one. I mean, I had no idea what your number one was going to be, but I certainly didn't think it was going to be this.
There we go.
So, well, here we are. So, that was Supper's Ready by Genesis from, Foxtrot album, wasn't it? You said, yeah. Okay, so we go on to my number one, which we already know is 2112, and we've been singing its praises, but, you know, there is absolutely no reason whatsoever why we shouldn't hear another burst of it. So I think this one we're on to the second movement of it, which is the Priests of Syrinx, aren't we?
Yeah, the Temples of Syrinx.
Yeah.
I know roughly where to start it, so I'll do that, and then you can overdub it anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
And the meek shall inherit the earth.
It's
that's a good bit of music to finish on.
Yeah.
Did you know that 2112 is the album that meant Rush carried on because they were not doing too well? I think the albums that come out before that, most people discovered after, and they were trying hard to keep their record deal going and that, and their records weren't selling. And they released 2112, and that was it. That was Rush for life. Then that was like their last roll of the dice, the last bit of their money, the last bit of everything they had. They put into 2112, and they turned that out. And I mean, even the songs that aren't part of that song are still fucking good on that album. So yeah, that was the album that also saved Rush as well.
If you think about it, they took a big old risk there. You know, it was like, you know, musically Last Chance Saloon. So they decided, right, we'll record an album with 20-minute prog rock song as the main track. Fucking hell. Mind you, I mean, it really does sound like they pulled out all the stops, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, some of these bands must know. I mean, you know, you take Marillion with Misplaced Childhood and Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, and you know, Maiden with Number of the Beast. You know, when things have changed, and they must listen back to it and must think, oh, we're onto a fucking winner.
Yeah,
they must know, because I mean, those few albums I mentioned. I mean, whether you like them or not, they're the albums that really propelled these bands into the big time, and they must know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as soon as they hear it back, they just think, we've got it with this one. Yeah.
Queen did the same with Sheer Heart Attack. That's when they realised they were going places.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that album, certainly for me anyway, that album was the one that, that was Queen at their finest. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't we both pick that as number one on the Queen thing?
It was my number one. I think you had it at number two, very close behind Queen 2.
Queen 2, yeah. I knew it was up there. It's definitely a favourite. It's got my favourite Queen song on it, so.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've said it all already with regards to 2112. I mean, you can't stress enough, if you are watching this and yet you're not that familiar with prog rock, you've got to hear this song all the way through. This is for me the pinnacle of progressive rock. And I would particularly recommend you check out the video on the I think it's on the official Rush channel for this, where they've got the comic book, the comic strip animation thing with it. It really does fit it so well. It's been brilliantly done.
That's the one I sent you, wasn't it, originally?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, it is good. It's like I said, it might not be on my list, but it's only not on my list because I knew you had it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those songs where I think, you know, if you ask any prog rock fan to come up with their top 10, it's going to appear on there.
Yeah, near the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. So, I mean that song. One of my good memories of that song was. Phil used to give me a lift to work because my house was on the way when we worked at Stalag Sainsbury, and whenever that song come on, you know the bit where it goes into the chorus and you've got that big drum roll, Phil would literally take his hand, no matter, even if he was going around the fucking corner, he'd take his hands off the steering wheel and air drum that bit and do the cymbal at the end like that, then carry on driving a bit. So I was it took a lot of willpower not to do that while it was on. Oh yeah, absolutely brilliant. I think all the stuff we've played tonight, you know, some of it we might not have liked as much as the others, but I still think everything we've played has been, you know, it's almost. I think prog is almost the pinnacle of music because, as we've all said in the video, it's the musicianship. You have got to be shit hot at what you do, otherwise you cannot pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. This video, I think, has worked out really well because it has given us, like, you know, a lot of variation. There's stuff that, you know, we all think's great. There's been stuff which, you know, one of us likes, the other two weren't all that great on, you know. So it's had a bit of everything. That's the kind of result I like to get with these. So, yeah, I was well pleased with all three lists, even though I don't agree with some of the choices. I don't care. The fact that happens, yeah, fucking, more of that.
And only 2 duplicates as well.
Yeah,
I was expecting far more than that. So yeah, that's another surprise.
I've got 4 albums to listen to now based off of this video.
Yeah. Is there any? Obviously, we haven't got the clips to play, but any other, like, either songs or albums that were up for consideration? Yes, our honourable mentions. Because I can think of a few.
Yeah, I'll tell you one of mine. But I wasn't sure if it was prog rock or prog pop, and that was Tubular Bells 1.
Well, I was just going to say, actually, that Mike Oldfield, Tubular Bells was definitely one of mine. I mean, it is considered a prog rock masterpiece by a lot of people, and yeah, I certainly am a fan of it. I mean, being a fan of The Exorcist helps as well, I suppose. Yeah, I would certainly call it prog rock. And if you are going to go with the fact that it's pop, okay, maybe it is, but the bottom line is it's still progressive, so it would have been a fine addition to the list. I mean, a couple of mine that I changed because I can admit it at the gym now. I changed my list at pretty much the last minute. And I had to resend all of my MP3s over to Chris earlier today because
don't worry, I'd call him a name.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I was the cunt because I'd completely forgotten about Nantucket Sleigh Ride. I can't, of all the songs to forget, how could I forget that one? So I had to do a couple of changes, and I also put in Power Slave because initially I wasn't going to include Iron Maiden, which, when I thought about it, that was a stupid idea because Iron Maiden absolutely deserved to be on there.
Definitely.
So those went in, and I took out. This is an album that I'm quite surprised nobody else picked. Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. I had part 1 on my list originally. And I also had, Fleetwood Mac, the title track from the Tusk album, or Tussocks as I've taken to calling it. The Fleetwood Mac one is a bit iffy as to whether or not it's prog. It's certainly got the experimental box ticked. Whether or not it's actually progressive or not, I guess that's open to debate. I mean, it was my choice, and even I'm sort of like unsure. So yeah, you can see why I dropped it. But I mean, the Jethro Tull one, Thick as a Brick. Jethro Tull are one of those bands where a lot of people describe them as prog. And again, I think it's purely because he plays the fucking flute. Because
they've done some proggy stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, Thick as a Brick is absolutely a prog rock album, no doubt about it. I wouldn't have said any of their others were. That one, yes, but none of the others. There are plenty of great albums, but for me, only the one prog rock album.
So I'll put us back on big screens again.
Okay, yeah, let's. There we go. So those are a couple of my other honourable mentions. And
I had a few as well.
Right. So what was close for your list?
My God by Jethro Tull from the Aqualung album.
A great album, Aqualung. I don't know about that being a progressive song. It's certainly not a prog rock album. Yeah, I don't know if I would say that was a progressive one.
I don't know because it's got a sort of slow intro, and then it's got that heavy guitar sort of sound in the background. Then it goes all sort of la 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 in the middle. I mean, if Hocus Pocus by Focus is a prog song, surely My God's got to be as well.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, when you put it like that, no, there's no denying Hocus Pocus certainly is. So yeah, okay, I may have to give you that one.
I had another one that was under consideration was I think the song's called Warrior by Wishbone Ash on the Argus album.
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, they're another one of Steve Harris's influences. I think I played you some after we done a video one night and we was on here for ages playing music.
It's very possible, yeah.
Well, maybe I'll play a bit when we go off air. What else was there? There was quite a few other ones. There was I almost included Hotel California just to wind you up on how much you hate it.
I fucking really hate that song.
Yeah, I know you do.
Oh, God, no.
I should have announced that as my number one for a while.
Oh, fucking no.
Oh, fucking hell. You put there was a couple of others. There was Hell on Earth off the new Maiden album was up for consideration because I think that is a prog rock masterpiece or prog metal masterpiece. One of the tracks, I think it's a long 20-minute track off of Octavarium by Dream Theater, proper full-on prog metal.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
pretty good.
I don't know that one.
And there was one by the Devin Townsend Project, because a lot of his stuff is very proggy and stop-start and synth and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that was a few that I had considered as well.
And
Also, sorry, I'll talking about Fleetwood Mac. The Chain by Fleetwood Mac, but I didn't think it was proggy enough, even though it's got two.
I considered that as well for the same reason.
Yeah, I think it's a great song, not just because I'm used to be a Formula One fan. Yeah, I don't know if it's proggy enough. I mean, obviously, the two sort of like parts to the song. I mean, it couldn't be more different if they tried, could they? So, yeah, it's one of those that's got a bit of a question mark. I think you certainly can't say, "Oh, no way," but yeah, I'm not sure about that. But going back to Iron Maiden, I mean, the thing about it. You had so many choices for Maiden, and I mean, okay, I went with Power Slave, well, because it's my second favourite Maiden song, and it certainly has progressive elements in it. So, in that sense, it was kind of easy for me to choose. But I mean, there are just so many. Alexander the Great, of course, Empire of the Clouds from Book of Souls.
That you thought I'd picked earlier on, didn't you?
I was pretty sure you were going to have that, yeah.
Well, and Hello Be Thy Name's got a little progginess about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, there is a bit of that to it. It's sort of, new ways of British heavy metal meets prog metal, that one.
Well, that's it. I mean, Harris is such a fan of stuff like Yes and Wishbone Ash and Jethro Tull and all those sort of 70s bands. I remember when I think it was when Book of Souls come out, and he was like, "Well, I don't care what the press say about the album. I think it's our best album because this is what I've always wanted Iron Maiden to sound like." So it's his band; he can do what he likes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No one's forced to listen to it. I mean, I saw a video of some American bloke was doing a review, and he was like, "Oh, this is too slow. This is too slow. I mean, come on, you're fucking Iron Maiden. Judas Priest put out an album that's proper Judas Priest. Why can't Iron Maiden put an Iron Maiden album out?" And obviously, there's loads of lackeys and sycophants agreeing with the comments, but also in the comments is like, "Don't fucking listen to it, then, you prick." And it seemed to me, by the tone of voice, it was mostly people from England that were saying that.
Yeah. I well believe it. Yeah. Yeah, I'd certainly go along with them. I mean, with the progressive stuff as well. I mean, you were talking about Senjutsu. Oh, Jesus Christ, you sport for choice there with that one. I think it would be easier. So, I mean, are there any songs on Senjutsu which would not be considered progressive metal?
Maybe Stratego.
Stratego is the only possible one, as far as I can tell. I mean, even
the writing on the walls a bit proggy, isn't it?
yeah, I was just gonna say. I think even writing on the wall has got enough progressive elements to it. So
And
yeah,
title track. Fucking hell.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Stratego is about the only one on there that isn't. So as far as the progressive content goes, I mean that even kicks fucking Book of Souls in a touch. Jesus fucking Christ!
I have another listen to that album. Trouble is, the new Halloween album came out just after it, and I listened to that more.
Yeah, I remember the two of them came out in. Actually, was it just after or was it just before? I know they were like quite close to each other.
It was
two
last
releases.
September. I can't remember. I think maybe the Halloween one come out first, actually.
Yeah, I think it was, but it was close between the two. You know. So yeah, I can't remember. I mean, I've got them both. And they are two albums that I should listen to more than I have done. So,
I'm going to find out when they come out now. I can just look on my Amazon fucking thing, 'cause
right.
that's where I got them from.
Okay. Which brings us to then the lineup for the ultimate progressive progressive rock stroke progressive metal. You can choose from both.
Right. I will get there while I'm just looking through this.
All right. All right. We'll answer one question first. Are we having one guitarist or two?
I think you got to have two, ain't you?
Yeah.
Two. All right.
Yeah, having solos, you need two.
Okay. That works for me.
Right. Well, Senjutsu was delivered on delivery day on the 3rd of September. And Halloween was delivered. Well, I placed the order on the 10th of June. Doesn't say when it was delivered.
So a couple of months apart.
Yeah. But yeah, they was both blinding albums.
Yeah.
Right. So, prog band with two guitarists. Right. Well.
Okay. Well, let's we'll start then with drums. We know what two of us are choosing. So Chris Neil Peart, I'm guessing.
Oh, I don't know. I'm torn between him and Keith Moon now.
Oh, all right, okay.
I might have two drummers, like really prog out.
Oh, fucking hell, yeah, okay.
No, it'd be Neil Peart, all right.
All right. And I'd go Bill Bruford. Jim?
Oh, we're gonna go for Mr. Bonham.
Oh, okay, right. Bonham for drums, okay. Right, bass. Well, for me, that's an easy one. So Chris Squires from Yes.
Ooh. For bass. I think I would actually go with Steve Harris, actually.
Yeah, good choice.
And based on pure technical ability in their early work, I would have to say John Deacon. You listen to something off Night of the one after that, Day at the Races.
Day at the Races.
He did some incredible bass playing in that.
Surprised no one chose Geddy Lee. Okay, keyboards.
Oh, keyboards now. I think if I was doing keyboards, I can't remember his first name now. Mr. Kelly from Marillion would be my choice for keyboards. Mark Kelly, that's his name, from Marillion.
Okay.
He's bloody good at keyboards.
All right. Jim?
I'm really not sure about this. Who done the keyboards in the Seventh Son album?
Michael Kenny.
Yeah, well, I'll have him then. I really like the keyboards in that.
Okay. I would go T. Spanley from Focus.
That's fair enough.
Of course, that means he can also play flute as well. Right.
Actually, no,
then-
I've changed mine. Say I'd have for keyboards is Rob Hubbard.
Well, it's a fair shout.
Yeah. I can very easily picture Rob Hubbard in a prog rock band, actually. Yeah. Right. So, guitars.
Are we doing one, or are we going to do both at the same
Yeah,
time?
let's have the two together.
Right. Well, I would have Dave Gilmour. God, there's a lot of guitarists to choose from, isn't there?
Yeah.
I would go for Dave Gilmour and Pete Townsend. Because you've got a riffmeister and you've got a leadmeister there.
Yeah. Well, I would go Jan Ackermans from Focus and Robert Fripp from King Crimson.
Okay, I will go Jimmy Page, and believe it or not, and he's not prog rock. I'd have Slash from Guns N' Roses. I reckon he's a fucking good guitarist.
God dear. Okay, I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, no, forget the rest of the shit in the band. Yeah, just his guitar. Yeah, and the sounds he gets from it.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to overlook the shit in Guns N' Roses.
Yeah,
There's plenty of it.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of them. But
Yeah,
he's an incredible guitar player.
I'm the odd one out there, but I'm only talking about the first album and maybe one or two tracks. I don't mind Guns N' Roses. They've done anything to me, so...
If we're talking Appetite for Destruction, there's one song on that album that I don't mind. I don't mind Rocket Queen, but yeah, the rest of it. Right, final place to be filled then is vocals.
I'm guessing neither of you are going to pick Axl Rose then.
No, I'll leave him, I think.
See, vocals, I'm going to pick Geddy Lee.
Really? Vocals?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting choice.
He's the singer in Rush, Chris.
Yeah, but he's another one of those where a lot of the time in progressive rock, I have a feeling I'm going to get lynched for this, but a lot of progressive rock bands, they don't have the greatest of singers, and as great a bass player is, he's not the greatest singer, I don't think. He is one of those where you hear him singing, and then you see him, and you think, yeah, that's exactly what I thought he'd look like.
Let me reiterate that then. I would have 70s Geddy Lee as a singer.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to pick from the list I picked tonight, and I think Bruce Dickinson would be my natural choice for a singer. But I think
he would be mine. Yeah,
he's a bit too good for an out-and-out prog band that ain't prog metal.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of taking the easy way out and choosing, Bruce Dickinson, but yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Bruce.
Yeah, fair enough. I will go with Chris Thompson from Man from Man's Earth Band, who sang the
the Thunderchild song. Yeah, that's it. Oh Christ! Yeah, if we're talking about performers on that album, fuck it, I'm gonna have Phil Lynott as my singer.
Oh yeah, well, I think we're doing that album. I'm gonna have Justin Hayward then. There we go.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think that's those three bands would make a serious fucking imagine going to a gig with those three playing.
Travelling prog berries.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got to name them as well, have we?
Oh fucking hell. With some prog bands, I mean, you do get some pretty shitty names. Mind you, there's also a lot of them that just fall back on the old thing of just having their surnames. So, yeah, I'd just do that, yeah. It's a name that's going to go on for fucking ages, but yeah, you go. You know who's in it then.
I'm going to go with Justin Hayward and his Merry Men.
There we are. Manfred Mann's Fire Band. If you're going to add Earth, yeah. Because Manfred Mann's Wind Band, I don't think that would have sounded too good, you know.
The Water Band ain't much of a...
Yeah, anyway, right, I think that's a good place to end this one, I think, faced with the possibility of Manfred Mann's Wind Band. There we go, our top 10 progressive songs, and we've even had our ideal prog rock stroke prog metal band lineup thrown in the mix as well. What a concoction that was. Now, I've no idea what the next music video is going to be. I mean, we've all had several ideas, and who knows what's next. But I know the next one will be an album one, which means I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Rage. Yeah. So I don't know if Jim, you'd be in for that one.
I'll give it a listen.
Okay. So it could be the Terrible Trio returning for that, and after that we'll probably be doing the next top 10. Fuck knows, fuck knows of who or what, but it's.
We've got a lot of ideas. We'll
we've certainly got no shortage of ideas. I think the biggest problem is going to be the time, finding the time to actually record all of these fucking things, because I don't think I'm exaggerating one bit if I was to say we got about 50 ideas floating around. And then I've got to edit them, so we might do about 2 a year, if my... my track record is anything to go by.
Well, we done about 6 last year. Don't fucking slack off.
Alright, okay. I've got to edit this fucking thing. Believe me, it's going to be a little while. Right,
plus the rendering.
Cheers for throwing that in as well. Yeah. So there we are then. Right, that's I think that is more than enough from us. So that's this one done. So go away.
speed. When I touch it, it gives forth a sound. It's got wires that vibrate and give music. What can this thing be that I've found? See how it sings like a sad heart and joyously screams out its pain. Sounds that build high like a mountain on notes that fall gently like rain. I can't wait to share this new wonder. The people will all see
I wandered home through silent streets and fell into a fitful sleep. Escaped to realms beyond the night. Dream, can't you show me light? I stand atop a spiral stair, an oracle confronts me there. He leads me on light years away through astral nights, galactic days. I see the works of gifted hands that grace the strange and wondrous land. I see the hands of men arise with hungry mind and open eyes. They left our planets long ago. The elder race still learn and grow. Their power grows with purpose strong to claim the home where they belong. Home to tear the temples down. Home to change. The sleep is still in my eyes. The dream is still in my head. I heave a sigh and sadly smile and lie a while in bed. I wish that it might come to pass, not fade like all my dreams.